Hello. That should be it, right on time. We're gonna get things going here for another stream, June 25th, 2024. Most of the action is gonna be later on, but we're starting early. We're gonna get a head start. So we're gonna make sure everything is working. Let some people fill in and pretty much gonna just kind of hang out until we get some results. First up is gonna be a South Carolina runoff. That's going to be at the top of the hour. The rest of the races are here: Colorado, New York, Utah. All right, well, that confirms it's going on. Didn't mean to scare you, but that tells me you were ready and waiting. So good to have the early people jumping into the stream. Sarah Gomez, hello. Bernie Sanders, frequent stream. Uh, you frequent the streams. Nice to see you again, and I'm sure we'll see some regulars. It's very, very early though. I think a lot of people are maybe getting their streams going in an hour or two because there's not going to be a ton of action here early on, but we could still sit here and do what we normally do. Just have a leisure hangout. Bowman. I do have a poll out right now for this stream asking if he's going to be reelected. I don't think so, but how confident can you really be? The debate is going to be pretty nuts. It would have been nice to just do a clear stream during that, but the networks, they really don't want that to happen. A lot of copyright concerns, so what can you do? But yeah, that should be something. Should be very interesting. Decent amount of action here tonight. New York, big state, a lot of House districts, but no governor's race there. And they have a Senate election, but not really much to look at there. There's going to be some good Utah races to look at. And of course, Colorado. First, we've got the South Carolina runoff that happened. The first round was a couple of weeks ago. We did the stream for that. It's really only going to be here. Mark Burns, Sherry Biggs, 3rd District. It's going to be a runoff, and then it's going to be, I think, a couple of hours here before we have New York, and then Colorado. Utah is even an hour after that. We've got a special election here in Colorado. So some different things to look at here tonight. Hopefully it's a pretty classy stream, as usual. Hopefully no downtimes. And we're just getting started. About 11 minutes until this first poll closes. All right. So welcome everybody to the 3rd stream in a row. Last couple of weeks we did one. Can't do them every time, but this one is a go. Okay, what will the margin be for Latimer? It's really anybody's guess. I think the last polling I saw, he was down by easily double digits, maybe even 20 points. But I could see it being a little bit more narrow if he loses, maybe around 10, but who knows? Seems like Bowman is really. He's not the establishment favorite, and they're coming after him. You missed part of the stream for Virginia and you had to work. I think you've been around for at least part of every stream. Sometimes, yeah, you're here and then I notice you're gone later on, but you must enjoy the streams. That's great. Yeah, the Bob Good race. Yeah, I still waiting on that call. Um, from what I can tell, we saw that one last week, and yeah, I don't like seeing it drag on for a week plus, but it is what it is. Yeah, Bowman. It seems like the momentum or the feel is Bowman is going down, but you never know. He could have some grassroots support that just comes out on election day and puts him over the top. He did pull that fire alarm some months ago. I don't know if that's a factor. Probably not really. I think for the most part, there's that divide with the whole Israel situation, some of his comments, but the establishment might be taking him out. Again, here's the races for today as well as the upcoming schedule. This is kind of it for primaries for a little while. There's a big gap. Got the Republican convention. That's going to be in a few weeks. And then late July, things pick back up and then into August. Um, special election is that should be the Republicans because Boebert is not running in that special election. She's moved to the the Ken Buck district, which is technically the fourth. It gets confusing, but she's not running in the special. It's going to be Greg Lopez and Trisha Calvarese. Lopez should be able to win that, considering Boebert won last time and she was controversial, but she's going to be running in the Ken Buck district, which is the new fourth district. I think I got that right. I've confused myself over that a few times. I did a video on it yesterday. It's all correct in the video, but it does get a little tricky because this is a general election to replace Buck. But then in the November elections, Boebert has moved districts and she's going to replace whoever finishes this term for the special election. Very tricky. But yeah, that'll be in a couple of hours. We've got some updates here. This might be the big race of the night. Bowman and Latimer. All right, you're supporting Bowman, but not expecting him to pull it out. Yeah, I think that's the feel that he's the underdog, to say the least. He's down, but I don't think he's out. Yeah, there's the AOC race. I haven't looked way into that one. I haven't really even looked moderately into it, but she's going to be on the ballot. She's another controversial representative, but I didn't hear a lot of movement around her race. But we'll take a look at it. Yeah, the Utah races, that's going to be some good stuff there. The Senate race and the governor, probably not going to be any kind of an upset, but we'll see. And then a couple of House races we might want to take a look at. Your model would show the Republican winning big. Oops, skipped over. Do I think Elise Stefanik will win? Her primary, I would imagine. I haven't. Maybe there's something I missed. Maybe she's in some serious danger. I haven't come across that. She seems to be a big enough name, and I would guess she's going to hold on, but there's tell me something I'm unaware of here. There's a lot of races. There could always be something happening behind the scenes. But also, thanks for stopping by. Election polling official, as well as some of the other regulars and some of the new people. It's always good to have some different new people showing up, as well as some of the long timers. It does get tricky. Beginning of the end for the squad. Well, the squad, they might have already had their heyday. It seems like they might have let down progressives who are not elected. Grassroots progressives. I think they have expressed some disappointment with a lot of the squad over the last few years. Okay, she guaranteed her primary spot or the Republican challenger. Uh, sh I talking about Lauren Boebert. She does have to get to her primary. She does have some challengers, but there was a poll out showed her pretty much favored, but a lot of undecideds. But still, she's probably going to be the favorite. Everybody knows her name there, even though she's controversial. She's in the redder district now. She should be able to win that. Of course, always a chance for a completely wild upset. Uh, Ilhan Omar nearly got primaried out. That's true. That was pretty close. I think that was only a couple of points, low single digits. I think that's going to be another rematch there in that primary. Don Samuels, I think that was his name, if I remembering correctly. Uh, who will Trump choose as VP? That that is the question. You think it's Burgum? Out of the four, could be Scott. I think Burgum besides Scott are the only ones being active. Scott, according to the markets here, here's the predicted market, and Scott has completely sank. He was pretty much at the top for month after month. I thought he'd be the guy, but he does seem to have gone down here over the past couple of weeks. Burgum has really kept his momentum going, and Ramaswamy's back up. I never thought it would be Vance. I always thought Vance is a little bit too new. He's a little bit too young, but I guess he's in the running. And Youngkin also kind of some movement here as of late. But it does seem like Burgum could be the favorite now. I can see it. At this point, I was hesitant to think Burgum, but I guess he's the bland guy with executive experience, not going to upstage Trump. He's not from a significant swing state or anything close to it. But he could be the guy. All right. Uh, Not stated where I'm from. That's give you the Midwest. That's about all I can come up with. Everything else is pure speculation. Sounds like, yeah, Burgum has some momentum. I mean, a few months ago, I thought no chance. Burgum, he was in the primary, and he's just not really a big factor. I guess he's kind of caught on as of late. Maybe that's why he didn't run for re-election in North Dakota. He could have did one more term, but he decided against it. Marco, Cedar Snopes, hello. Marco wouldn't be down that much to quit the Senate. Yeah, I mean, I have heard Rubio thrown around, but I mean, I think Trump's already got Florida in the bag. Could be an open Senate seat, a special election. I am surprised Tim Scott, though, sank pretty hard. He was like the favorite for so long, and now looks like he's not anymore. Not even close. You're working for one of the New York 22nd Democrats. So excited to see the outcome. All right, that's the Brandon Williams race, I believe. Yep, Clehood and Mannion. Should be a good race to follow tonight. So we've got the polls closed here in South Carolina. So we're just waiting for the runoff results to come in. And this is an interesting race. This is the one where Sherry Biggs has been endorsed by Governor Henry McMaster, but Mark Burns has been endorsed by Trump. So a split there on the endorsements. Burns led in the first round, but it wasn't overwhelming. Now it's down to just two. And this is going to be an open seat to replace Jeff Duncan, who's retiring. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold on Vance being picked. I would not think that would happen, but who knows? I mean, he just got into the Senate, and he's some like 40. I don't even know if he's 40. 39, 40. It's pretty young. I don't know if he would be up to the task just yet. Okay. You're worried Elise Stefanik being a potential running mate may hurt her. Yeah, her stock has risen the last few months, but it looks like she's not one of the top contenders anymore. If we go to back to predicted, she's not here at all in the top candidates. So I didn't think it would be Stefanik myself for a while. And it looks like she has her star has kind of faded here as of late. Let's see. Let's get South Carolina up here in case the results come in. All right. You think Trump will pick Ben Carson or over Burgum? He's big on loyalty, so he won't pick an unknown guy like Burgum over someone who served in his administration. Carson does seem like he is fairly loyal. I will admit that, but I don't know how much appeal Carson really has. Um, he's did not have elected office, and he's definitely not going to upstage Trump's personality. But Burgum looks like Burgum is definitely favored over Carson, but I guess it could be Carson. He did serve with the Trump administration, but I would think it's a little bit less likely. Are the recent betting odds for who wins the presidential election altogether? Well, yeah, that is here. Here's the presidential winner. Unpredicted. You could go to Polymarket. You could take a look at those markets if you'd like. But Trump with a slight edge here, but it's very, very close. Gavin Newsom pulling in 7 cents on this. Burgum supported Trump before Vance and Rubio in 16. Okay, that could be beneficial information if you're looking for long-term loyalty. Hello from Florida. Thanks for showing up. Good to have Florida here in the chat. Uh, yeah, Tim Scott sinking hard in the markets. You think Boebert will survive the primary? Yeah, I do. Uh, yeah, I thought Scott was going to take it. I've been saying that for probably more than 6 months, but maybe during the vetting process, during some consultant, focus group tested type of stuff, Tim Scott might have not checked enough of the boxes that they're looking for. Who knows? But let's get back to South Carolina here. Waiting for those results to pop. Burgum and Scott are the only ones, if they were chosen. Their state is not competitive. That's true. But Rubio and Vance are places Democrats could target. I don't think they're going to target Ohio. Ohio seems to be gone enough for the Dems. But sometimes, yeah, you don't just pick a candidate. Actually, many times from a swing state for your VP. I mean, look at Obama. He picked Biden from Delaware, and McCain picks Palin from Alaska. Those are two completely insignificant states in that election. Only 3 electoral votes. But that's what happened. And then, of course, Trump picks Pence. Again, not a swing state. Cheers from Minnesota. Okay. Good to have you here again. A lot of different states showing up. It's good stuff. Sort of flame a lot. Good names. See a lot of people I remember from the previous streams. Boebert, no, has not lost. That'll be... I don't think she's even going to lose, but those polls close in a little bit later on. Okay, you read the info. Boebert seems to be on primary today with infighting. Yeah, there is some infighting there. And the Democrat that Boebert barely won against last time, Adam Frisch, he's running again this time, but he's not going to face Boebert. So there's some interesting dynamics at play, but not sure if that's going to lead to any kind of an upset. Yeah, Burgum, popular governor. Yeah, he's not necessarily young, though. That's the other thing. If Trump's looking to tap into some other kind of demos, he's younger than Trump, but that's not saying a whole lot. The map Obama released. Oh, did Obama put out a map today? Well, if he did, I was unable to get to that in time. All right, so Burgum looks like the favorite. Florida wasn't on there. I don't think Ohio was. Okay. Texas, yeah, Texas is at least theoretically moving toward the Democrats, at least by the last few elections, but doesn't look like it's really going to be in play this time. At least it's still June, though. You know, a lot of things could change. You're willing to help with your models. Well, I mean, everybody's got their own criterion for how to make a prediction. I think my big thing is the farther out from the election we go, the wider my range is. Now, once we get right before the election, well, then there's still unknowns. We don't know which way the polls are actually going to be off in, but there's not much time at that point. If you're right before the election, there's really no excuses for saying that we've got many months to go. But everybody's got their own type of model. But we're all really just guessing here, aren't we? We look at the same polls. We try to find what could be right, what could be wrong. Where have they oversampled? Where have they undersampled? What about the reputation of the pollster? How have they weighted the sample? There's a ton there. And in the end, we're all pretty much just guessing to a large extent. Okay. Ike McCorkle. Does he have a chance in Colorado District 4? Um, did he put out his own internal poll that showed him competitive? I know I saw something there. I'm not sure if that was his own, if he sponsored that poll himself, but I would think he's not going to win. Okay, who would replace Rubio? That's a fair question. You could go to the likely candidates like Byron Donalds, Matt Gaetz. They might be controversial, but I think they would be in the conversation. You could also throw in Ron DeSantis in there. He could make a lateral move from governor, and there's the results right there. Less than 1%. Sherry Biggs opens up with a lead. But yeah, DeSantis in the Senate, that's an option. After that, then who knows? Then you're going to go for some lower profile candidates. You're betting on Ben Carson. Michigan is his home state. He could give Trump a slight bump. Yeah, theoretically, if he is from Michigan, Detroit area, maybe that would help him a little bit. But I don't know how many people would come out for Carson that would not have already before Carson. I'm not sure how much sway Carson has. But even if he helped Trump by a half a point in Michigan, that could be important. Okay, another Floridian. Good to have you here. One thing to keep in mind about Burgum is that when January 6th happened, he condemned it. There's a Newsweek article about it. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how into it he went. I mean, a lot of people did at the time. That was the thing to say. I don't know what he said subsequently, but I don't know how much weight stuff is going to have like that from a few years ago. If it was just a quick comment, and I don't think Trump's going to be able to get the perfect VP pick. He's not going to be able to check 20 out of 20 boxes. He's going to have a couple of things that are not exactly what he's looking for. Okay, as a Trump donor, you've seen emails and texts asking who his VP should be. You think he's going to go off what his supporters say rather than his own opinion? I tend to think the opposite. I tend to think he would go for his own instincts. Now, his instincts, they're going to be influenced by the supporters as well as his close allies. But I would tend to think he would not just go by who the supporters want to see, because that's kind of changed. Dick Cheney, not sure why we're bringing Cheney up. Um, like the video, yeah, definitely like, subscribe, share, join, donate, whatever you'd like to do for the stream to support the channel, assuming you're a fan of the channel. Okay, a little bit of a vote dump there. So this is pretty much what we're going to be looking at for an hour or two. Louisiana, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Got a lot of states here represented. That's great stuff. Most of these states there's no action here in many of these states tonight, but doesn't mean we can't still follow what's happening. Hillary's the only one who chose a person from a competitive state. Yeah. Well, Romney did pick Paul Ryan. If you're going by non-winning candidates back in 12. Okay, Obama put out a map of states to focus on. I mean, is there any more to it? Because, I mean, a lot of people put out maps that they're going to focus on, and it's pretty much what you'd expect. I mean, both sides are going to focus on the major battlegrounds. in terms of president. And then, of course, the Senate races. And then there's going to be a few down ballot House races that are going to be a focus. But I'm not expecting there to be anything shocking there. But you said Obama was targeting Texas. I mean, I'm sure Republicans are targeting Minnesota, Maine, Virginia, but who knows if that's actually going to lead anywhere. Does anyone know why Hillary picked Kane as her running mate? Well, Virginia had some competitive status back then. She probably wanted to do some demographic balance, put a guy in there, and he had Senate experience, he had governor experience. So he's probably non threatening, establishment ties. Okay. You don't think Ohio is in play right now, but in the future you could see it being in play for the Vance seat. The race was still close. I couldn't. You wouldn't risk losing a seat by picking him. Yeah, there's in theory, if somehow he picked Vance and there was a special election, I would of course expect that race to be competitive. And Democrats might be motivated to flip that seat if somehow he picked Vance and then Trump went on to win. But I think I had that race as likely Republican over 5 points the entire 2022 election season. I just had a hard time picturing that getting under five. And some of the polling early on looked like it was going to be competitive. Tim Ryan was ahead in some of them. But in the end, I was thinking that that's got to go to Vance, and it did, but it was not a landslide. But part of that might be because it was an open seat. AOC is up for re-election. All U.S. reps every 2 years. Okay, me says you love what I do. You'll continue to support the channel with super chats in the future once I get a paycheck. Wow, uh, that is humbling. I appreciate that. Of course, you got to pay your bills. You got to eat. You got to fill your gas tank. Whatever it is you do, that's going to be the priority. But I do appreciate any extra support. Of course, uh, the channel could use anything. Okay. That seems like the AOC question has been answered. Gwen Graham, Stephanie Murphy for the Dems. Uh, Jared Murkowski. I don't think that's his last name. I think if we're thinking of the same person. Um, yeah, I don't want to get it wrong, but I don't think that's his last name, unless I'm completely wrong. But yeah, I would agree. Gwen Graham, but she already ran as Stephanie Murphy. I mean, it seems like both sides just, not in every situation, but they dig up the same candidates. I mean, I wouldn't be stunned if Charlie Crist ran again. Uh, Bowman is your representative. You see Latimer campaigning at your train station on your commute twice. You're not voting, you're only 17. Well, if you'll be 18 by the general election, you should be able to vote in the primary. But I'm assuming you'll have to wait until after that. But hey, nice to have you here, especially for this district, because that is a big race and it's happening tonight. But is Bowman not at the train stations? It's just Latimer? Even Trump condemned. Yeah, I know everybody was against it at the time. Nobody at the time was going to say this is great. Uh, and even now, you're not going to really hear that. But there's been some moderation about the commentary around that day. Yeah, Trump is. I would say Trump is looking for loyalty. That's what. But everybody is too, right? Such a big jump. between South Carolina's poll closing and the rest. Yeah, I know I could have got on here an hour later, even 2 hours later, but I wanted to get the whole day in. I was able to do it because, I can't get every stream in. There's going to be some times there's going to be action, and it's not going to happen. So this one was able to happen. So we'll do what we do. We're gonna sit here, do some hanging out. Ohioan here from the Jim Jordan district. Hey, good stuff. Thanks for showing up. We did that special election for Ohio a couple weeks ago, but and we did the Bernie Marino stream where he won in the entire primary. That was a couple months ago. Sherry Biggs with the lead here with 5% in. Bergen condemned it January 6th, right when it happened. Just to clarify, you think these initially condemnations are not going to play a massive role since they were so yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. That was the thing to say back then, whether they believed it or not. I mean, that's pretty much what most people were saying, that it was a negative. So yeah, I wouldn't think that a comment from Burgum a few years ago would, unless it was clearly over the top, I don't think that would have a ton of impact. All right, you're in Pennsylvania. Sounds good. Key swing state. Going to be a lot of campaigning going on there. Most of the Burgum is hype, is social media speculation. He could be VP. Far from a sure. It's definitely far from a sure thing. I mean, at one point it was going to be Kristi Noem. I never thought it would be her, but that was a lot of the buzz around Noem. And of course, now she's completely out of it. Yet there is a difference statewide and a U.S. rep. I always think that candidates should pick somebody who's won statewide. Picking Tim Ryan, who has not won statewide, that was kind of a gamble, and it did not pay off. I remember Romney and Ryan had their first appearance, I think, launching their ticket in Virginia, because that was a battleground state at the time, and of course, they did not win it. Hillary should have picked Sherrod Brown. I'm not sure if he was on the short list, but of course, in retrospect, that would have been a better pick. Do you think a Trump Youngkin ticket would put Virginia in play? Well, a lot of people have told me that Virginia is going to be competitive. We've seen the polls where it's tied or close, and I'm always thinking that it's early. By election day, I'm expecting Biden to have a lead there. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Biden is unpopular and he does not recover, and the state is in play. I still think it would go toward Biden, and even if it's only by 1 or 2 points. Now, if you add in Youngkin, that does make it interesting. Then I would think the state would be competitive at this point. It'd be a state to take a look at. As for flipping, that is just way too early. Because Youngkin would just be the running mate. He would not be at the top of the ticket. And there's a lot of people that are not a fan of Trump, especially Northern Virginia. So I'm not totally sold on Virginia being competitive. I still had it around 5 or 6 points for Biden in my last video. All right. Your Pennsylvania, that's a representative, is a Republican. voted to expel Santos and endorse Trump. Who is it? Um, is that the Harrisburg district? Can't think of the name off the top of my head, but Scott Perry. That's the name. That's what's hitting me right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what's hitting me right now. But these are that's like a trivia question on the spot. Let's see. Swinger, sorry you're late. No worries. We're just getting started here. A lot of time to go. I guess the slower these results come in, the better, because we've still got a lot of time here before New York and Colorado and Utah. Yeah, Moskowitz. I thought it was Moskowitz, but I did not. I was only like 60% sure, so I didn't want to go with it. But yeah, Moskowitz. He's the guy who wore the Putin mask to one of the House meetings, like a month ago, something like that. Um, yeah, another Charlie Crist. That would be hilarious if Chris ran again. I was already hilarious last time. Uh, Alan Grayson. Okay, Moskowitz could be Senate candidate if Trump wins. Rubio. Seems like Fetterman. Yeah, he I don't know enough about him, but yeah, he is from a district that's only kind of blue leaning. It wasn't overwhelming, especially in 22 where Republicans dominated in Florida. Who would replace Vance in Ohio? Yeah, I know you could get the characters who ran last time. You could get Dolan, you could get Frank LaRose, you could get any one of the US reps. That's a possibility. You might even get Josh Mandel running again. That's a possibility. Trump endorsed Mark Burns here in this runoff. At least prior to the runoff, I assume it still holds for the runoff. And Henry McMaster endorsed Sherry Biggs. So split endorsement there between McMaster and Trump. North Carolina should be Trump plus 3.5 to 5. That's not entirely unreasonable. It's in the ballpark of what we're seeing in the polls. A lot of good comments here. A lot of action here early on. It's good stuff. It's hard to keep up with some of these. Sometimes there's a while before the chat really gets going. And so far, we only have one race to take a look at. %7 in here. Biggs with a small advantage. There was a couple people from Florida here so far. Maybe they left, but ignoring loyalty, what VP pick would benefit Trump the most in terms of getting voters? Gaining voters, Haley or Youngkin? Hmm. Probably Youngkin. I think if Haley's on there, she could lose some of the base that she might gain. Suburban voters, independents, women, that's a possibility, but there's the risk that that could also cost her some support. Now, with Youngkin, I think he would just gain. I don't think he would really lose much. So I think Youngkin's going to have to be a more of a net positive there, in my opinion. Oh, you were asking. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you had it as Haley or Youngkin, but outside of them, yeah, I would think Youngkin theoretically would still be the biggest gain. But I've also thought Tim Scott would be somebody who would help Trump the most. That's who I've said for a while. I've also thought Joni Ernst would be somebody that could boost Trump from Iowa, the senator there, but looks like she did not really make the final cut. So, but those are some people I thought would benefit Trump the most. Lloyd Smucker. Oh, okay. Is that the PA district? So not the Harrisburg district. All right. I'll take being close for an on the spot trivia question. Sherry Burns or Mark Biggs? Yeah, not sure. Burns has the Trump endorsement. Usually in a Republican primary, that has some weight to it. Not every time, but we'll see here. Youngkin probably only helps in Virginia. Maybe I would think he could help a little bit in the suburbs. Some voters that might be put off by Trump's style. Youngkin could soften that up a little bit. Independents, maybe women. I don't think he would really lose much. But of course, the Rust Belt is always going to be in question there. How much could Youngkin actually do? Youngkin has maintained relative popularity. Need Boebert to win. She's probably going to win. So you should be in luck there. Imagine Trump picked a family member for vice president out of right field. If so, who would it be? I mean, I don't think that would at all happen. But the most prominent member is going to be Don Jr. The other people, Tiffany, Eric, Ivanka, I don't think they have as much star power as Don Jr. But of course, I don't think that would happen at all anyway. Would Tim Scott make a good VP? Well, I mean, that's up for you to decide what makes a good VP. But I've thought he would be the most likely to be picked by Trump, and he would probably help the ticket in the most amount of ways compared to the other candidates. Now he's not from a swing state or anything, but yeah, I think he would boost with evangelicals. He could boost black support a little bit. And he's got Senate experience as well. He seems like a nice guy, inoffensive. So I would think that there's a case to be made for Scott, but it looks like his stock has really sank here the past couple of weeks. Uh, in the New Jersey, in New Jersey, Trump endorsed Senate candidate lost to Bashaw. Yeah, yeah, I forgot even how close that was. I don't even think it was that close. But yeah, Trump does have some losses in primaries. That's for sure. Great. You have a great voice for broadcasting. Well, thank you very much. I get that once in a while, and it's always good to hear. The voice is going to vary from time to time, depending on uh, a lot of different factors. Sometimes you just sound off. Sometimes you just sound on. But of course, not slouching in a chair, that might help. How much percent of votes do you think RFK will get eventually, now that he hasn't gotten to the first debate? It's tough to predict because, of course, his ballot access and his campaign strategy is really up in the air. But he has not gained much the past month or two after both sides have kind of ganged up against him. I've thought he would get about, I think, somewhere around 12 before, but at this point, it does look like it might be going down into the single digits. Bob Good, that race should still be outstanding. Last I heard, but sometimes things come up that I did not hear about. Will you be a broadcaster for next year's Super Bowl? Uh, if they can get a hold of me. Chances Jeb pulls the fabled 538 Electoral College sweep. Uh, I don't often say zero, but it's going to be a zero for Jeb. I don't think he's going to ever run for anything again. His days are completely over. All right. RFK ballot access. Yeah, it seems like he's gathered a ton of signatures, but getting them verified is apparently what's dragging on. Now, some states, the window to gather signatures is not even open. It's weird. It's different in every state. The amounts of signatures are different, but he's serious about it. He should have been on the debate stage, in my opinion. How would that scenario, a family member, oh, would think the scenario, a family member, they would not betray him, listen to him, rather rile up the base while making past statements that are not really trying to favor moderate reps. Is that about Trump picking a family member still for VP? I think that would be a bad look, horrible look. I think that would. I don't think there's any way that would help him. People don't really want a family dynasty or overt nepotism like that. I think it's off-putting. People don't really want to see that. Of course, for some people that would really ignite them, but for more people, that's going to be a negative. Oh, is Bob Good officially lost? Is that over? Because I want to get the. I thought he was going to do a recount. Seeing too close to call still, but anyway, Jesse Ventura could have shaken things. Yeah, Ventura would be too much of a shakeup. I don't think Ventura would. Maybe him and Tulsi, but I don't think Ventura. He's going to just be too controversial, too off-putting for too many voters on all sides. But he would shake it up, that's for sure. He's propped up by right-wing money. Not sure. We're talking about Good or RFK. Lombardo would have been a good VP for the Trump ticket. Not only is he from Nevada, but supported pro-abortion, pro-LGBTQ bills. That would be a hard thing to tackle in debate. Well, Lombardo, I mean, he's kind of new as governor still. it would seem weird to just pull him right away. Might seem desperate to just pull in a guy statewide from a battleground state. But I think Lombardo is probably good enough for some moderate appeal. I would agree with that. You wouldn't be surprised if Lombardo gets a big winning margin in 28. Um, but his reelection for his reelection for governor, that should be in 26. If that's what you mean. Uh, Scott Perry in the 10th, the trouble losing reelection. Your district, he's running against Janelle Stelson. I did cover that. I covered that race for the primary, and I mean, I haven't really delved into it yet, but I know that district has some chances of being competitive. I think in a blue wave, but if it's not a blue wave, I would think there'd be enough there for him to hold on. And Janelle Stelson, is she the TV personality from the news there? It's possible I'm thinking of the other candidate. Jeb is irrelevant. That's true. Sound like a spokesman for the Camp Lejeune Mesothelioma law firm. Great voice. Well, hopefully you've been hearing this for a while now. I think you've been around enough to know the voice, but yeah, I have seen that commercial. I know what you're talking about. So Burns here is only up in one of these counties, but we've only got 12% of the vote in. And last week we saw some tabulation errors. We saw the Bob Good race. That thing flipped back and forth several times within a few minutes. Lombardo. But also, I do appreciate another positive voice comment. Lombardo needs to stay in Nevada, help bolster the GOP's comeback. At this point, it looks like he's just going to balance out the legislator there because the map is dominated by the Democrats and seemingly heavily gerrymandered. Um, so he might just balance out the legislator there, kind of like Beshear in Kentucky, Cooper in North Carolina. Yeah, Lombardo should finish one term. Yeah, I would agree with that. Best VP in terms of loyalty, succession, and electability. I mean, I've got to go back to me saying Tim Scott. I've long said Scott checks the most boxes for what I think Trump would be looking for. But at this point, it looks like Doug Burgum is the guy checking the boxes. And he does have executive experience. Yeah, it's not from a significant state. But if somehow Trump had to step down, if he was unable to finish, I guess Burgum stepping into that role would not be totally unbelievable. I think it would be more believable than Vance. And I'm sure he has enough loyalty as well. All right, this has narrowed up now. It's getting close. Ventura for RFK. Yeah, that sure. I said Tulsi, but yeah, I could see Ventura for RFK, but he went in a different direction. You know the goddaughter of Stelson, and she used to be a reporter from the local news. Where okay, that is then that's what I was asking about. So yep. I mean, we've seen that news people running for politics in the last couple of cycles. We saw Carrie Lake, seeing that again in Arizona. Um, Eric Sorensen in Illinois. He's a news guy. And we've got John Avlon from CNN. He's running tonight against Nick LaLota. Shanahan was a bad pick. It does seem like that was not a great pick. I guess funding is going to be an asset there, but outside of that, it does not seem like that's going to be it's not going to widen the tent too much. Vivek, excuse me, yeah, he should be. He actually has been rising in the polls here in terms of the VP pick. He's back up into second place. Huge surge here for Ramaswamy. But if you're just stopping by, these are the races we've got tonight here. We've got a runoff here in South Carolina. Then later on, we've got New York, Colorado, and Utah, including that special election in Colorado. So 4 states tonight. So far, we've just got South Carolina's third. This should be an open seat in November to replace Jeff Duncan. Okay. RFK stock dropped after the brainwarp story. You know, it could have, but also it seemed like both Biden was already and the Democrats. There apparently there's a lot of court battles trying to keep him off the ballot behind the scenes. Trump, I think, started going in that direction as well, where he just doesn't want to have RFK on the stage. He doesn't want to deal with another threat. So I think that as well, and some of the some of the Republican support for Kennedy does seem to have declined a little bit after Trump kind of went after him as well. So Kennedy's been getting it from all sides. I think that's usually what happens when a third party tries to actually participate in the process. They're not welcomed at all. Isn't a family member in charge of the money for the Republican PACs? Wouldn't put wouldn't it be past him? He thinks the candidate fell right to pick for vice president. Uh, yeah, I think you're right about that. There's some family member that is high up with associated with the RNC, but I still don't think that would happen at all, in my opinion. We you got to have some opinions on some of this stuff, and I could not imagine him picking a family member, at least for a running mate. Uh, okay, yeah, 26 for Lombardo. He's been fairly popular, but things can change. The Democrats are definitely going to want to sabotage him there, just like in Virginia. When you got a hostile legislator against an opposing party. North Carolina, another example. Um, yeah, it's going to be wild stuff. You you see Bashir running for Senate or president after his second term. Um, his time to get in for Senate would be in 26 to replace McConnell, who I would guess is not going to be running again. Even if he did, he would get a primary challenge. As for president, I guess he could in the future, but I don't think he would win a primary either. I think he would just be viewed as way too moderate. That doesn't mean the establishment would not try to prop him up, but I don't think Bashir would be able to win a primary. Of course, anything could happen. I kind of think Bashir is basically done. He's done everything he can do. After this term, I don't think he could win for a Senate. It's at least very unlikely. Of course, it's not impossible. Uh, Bergamentum? Yeah, I've heard Bergamentum, Bergmentum, Dougmentum. Vance needs to finish one term at least, or at least get close to it. Bergam is fine, normal, no baggage. I'm sure they'll find something, some kind of baggage. You're a Floridian and you don't want Rubio for VP. He's too establishment and too far to the left. Interesting there. It's interesting take. Rubio seems to have kind of straddled the line for establishment and getting enough of the Trump base, at least open to him. But it's going to be tough to get somebody farther to the right of Rubio to be able to win statewide. Um, at least that's what I think. Now, I don't know about Byron Donalds. I don't know how much appeal he would have statewide. I think he's going to have some, but he's somebody to take a look at in the future. He's actually in the running. He was in the running for VP. It looks like that might not be the case anymore. I always thought that was very unlikely. Um, okay, I could tell. Not a Rubio fan. I could tell. Vivek will be in the cabinet. I could see that. That does seem like a likely possibility. I thought he might have ran for Senate, possibly, after his presidential bid in Ohio, but nope, that's going to Bernie Moreno. RFK lost enthusiasm for his campaign with his terrible VP pick. Yeah, that's another factor. That VP pick does not seem to have added much aside from funding. Uh, Thoughts on the 13 keys? The Alan Lichtman 13 keys to the election. I think too many of them are subjective. Foreign policy victory, that kind of stuff. A lot of them are malleable to where you can do whatever you'd like with them, but at the same time, um, he was wrong in 2000 with Gore, even though Gore got the popular vote. But it's expected to be extremely close. That's the thing. Back in 16 and 20, I mean, I guess Lickman got it right with the keys, but if he didn't, I don't think that really matters. If it's so close, I don't think you could have a system designed to completely call every race when it's very narrow. So he just happened to get it. He happened to be on the right side of it in those races. But it's an interesting system he has. If it's working for him, then fine. But I think there's too much latitude and interpretation and subjectivity in those keys. And of course, every system is, it's good until it's not. After the 2001, apparently that didn't totally throw off his system. And this is getting close here, by the way, 25% in. Biggs is ahead by almost 3 points. Um, yeah, Kennedy would scare both candidates. I agree with that. Can he make it to the second debate? I think that it's September. It's a long way off in politics. My guess is he's not going to make it because they don't want him there. But he's in court trying to stay on the ballot. Keep reading. He's getting sued by usually somebody associated with the Democrats, trying to keep him off the ballot, giving him extra scrutiny for his signatures. All that kind of technical stuff. But I would guess he's not going to make it, but you never know. Uh, Trump just does not sound right as a ticket. That alone would stop Trump. Yeah, that if that he could do Trump squared maybe, but yeah, either way, yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, and Bergam with the baggage, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. They're gonna find something. There's no way they're gonna say, okay, Bergam, this guy is squeaky clean. They're gonna find something. They're gonna go back to his business records and They're going to find employees from 30 years ago that might have had a complaint about Burgum. We're going to see anything like that if it was Burgum. Okay, you noticed the Missouri governor's race, Kehoe is catching up to Ashcroft. Yeah, I have seen that. That's interesting. Some months ago, it just seemed like Ashcroft. He's the guy. He's the name in Missouri. But Kehoe looks like he's making it competitive. Uh, Trump's campaign senior advisor. I'm not too familiar with him, so I can't comment on that. But a senior advisor, I don't. That would. I think you'd want to have somebody with some elected experience, somebody with some kind of credibility with their name, with facing the electorate. So, with the vice president goal to become a candidate for future presidency, if so, wouldn't that hurt the voting base if it wasn't stayed in family member, or would be better without Trump for reps? I apologize reading that so poorly, but the goal is always the short term first, right? That's how I see it. They they'll do whatever it takes to win this race. Now, of course, after that, hopefully your running mate could carry the torch down the road, but you want to win first. And not every time the VP runs. We didn't see Dick Cheney. He was not the guy to succeed Bush, and even Biden. He had to take some time off there. The decision is way too big to the future. Yeah, I mean, if you're going for 2028, I know that's just like a million years away. Uh, I can't imagine all the things that are going to happen between now and then, even though the race would be heating up before that in 27. Um, Imagine the surprise a young can pick. Yeah, I would have been really surprised a few months ago. Now I would be a little less surprised. It would be weird for him to step down as governor, but I could see it. She doesn't have the name recognition people seem to want. Shanahan has the ideological boxes checked. Young, intelligent woman background. I mean, it seems like she's been too associated with um, the left or progressive politics, from what I've heard, and that might not bring him many Republican voters if he was to be affected by his VP pick. I know she's got the Silicon Valley ties and all that. Okay, we've got Trump 24. You see, Gabbard should be his VP pick, helping him in the burbs. Women have a negative view of Trump, would support him on family issues. Yeah, there was a time where Tulsi looked like she was in the running, and I think she's kind of a wild card pick. I think there could be some strengths to bring her in. She's younger. I guess she could have an appeal to women, suburban voters, and being a former Democrat, that does have a certain allure to it. But the establishment and traditional Republicans might be not sold on that. So there's kind of a trade off, kind of a gamble. You like Byron a lot, but you're hoping for Gates for governor in 26. Byron Donalds to take Rubio's spot. I mean, Rubio could sit in there a while. I mean, he's not an old man. I would like DeSantis to return to the House. Ooh, that would be a downgrade for DeSantis. He'd be pulling a Charlie Crist. Interesting. That has been discussed. Gates or Byron Donalds. It could be somebody else entirely. That'll start heating up once we get past this election. Then we'll be looking more toward the midterms in 26. Gabbard would be a great pick. Unlikely. Yeah, it does seem unlikely right now. Virginia GOP has declared McGuire the winner. Okay, that's. I have to wait for the official results, but that's interesting. Your VP wish list: Rand Paul, Ramaswamy, Tulsi, Donalds, Carson. Although Rand Paul for Senate leadership would be great. Okay, so Rand Paul at the top. He's not even really in the running, but that's interesting. Ramaswamy, that he's apparently back in the running. I'm sure everybody's got a wish list, I suppose. But yeah, Rand Paul, that's interesting. Fetterman, you think he's going to get primaried in 28, and he's going to get a lot of problems coming in with mental health. Uh, yeah, I'm guessing he's going to get primaried, but at this point, I'm thinking he's going to win. I mean, I know progressives are disappointed with Fetterman and how he kind of pivoted, but I think more of regular Democrats in the base are going to be okay with it. Some Republicans might even be into this guy now. Jamal, okay, will not win. I am not expecting him to win. Charlie Crist could have been Rick Scott had he ran for re-election. Yeah, Crist has had an interesting trajectory in his career. He's bounced around, had a lot of failures, but he was governor for one term. You got to give him that. Back when he was a Republican. Donalds is currently favored for GOP governor in Florida. Okay, Gates is too controversial. I Yeah, I would think Gates has a little bit more baggage. That's why I've been asked that before. I've said I would think Byron Donalds might have a little bit better of a chance. Um, did I see the poll in Utah having Trump getting 70%, Biden 20, and RFK 10? If that's brand new, I checked today. I did not see that. I thought I saw one, not that wide of a margin. I think Kennedy and Biden tied. I thought it was around 20 each, and Trump had a big lead. So maybe I thinking of something else, but I saw something similar where it was a huge gap, and Kennedy was almost even or ahead of Biden. So on that note, this is going to be time to take a quick 1 minute break. So be back in just a moment. Okay, so we're back here. We're about almost an hour and a half into the stream here for June 25th, 2024. And we've got action in 4 states tonight. Here's the schedule. If you're just stopping by, we've got Colorado, New York, South Carolina, and Utah. South Carolina is just a runoff, and Colorado has a special election as well as the regular primaries for the House. And right now we're just looking at this third congressional district here for South Carolina. Sherry Biggs and Mark Burns. It's a close one. Henry McMaster has endorsed Biggs. Donald Trump has endorsed Burns. 36% of the vote in. And we've got a tie here in this county right here. 50% each. 180 votes. There's also some state legislator races having some runoffs here as well. So New York is coming up in about 53, 54 minutes. Same with Colorado. And then Utah is going to be in an hour after that. Well, the time is just blowing by here as we've got people filling in. Of course, everybody has a busy schedule. Work, school, hobbies, work around the house, whatever you've got to do. So, great to have everybody here for another Political Excess live stream. So remember to like, share, subscribe, and let's get back to the comments. Okay, I think Burns will win because of the endorsement. That's what I thought. You know, the Trump endorsement has weight in a Republican primary, but of course, it's not a guarantee. Burns needs to do good in the Greenville suburbs to win. Zero votes here. And we might not get the results here before polls close in New York and Colorado. So at least there's something here to pass the time. Big leads in Rhode Island, 1 and 2 for Democrats. Rhode Island. If I'm reading that correctly, I'm not sure why we're talking Rhode Island. If that was part of that other poll from Utah, okay, that could be. That I have not seen, but I would expect those Rhode Island districts to be going toward the Dems. If Alan Fung couldn't really do anything last time, I don't think Republicans are going to contest those. Well, the one of them is much bluer than the other, but Vance needs to stay in the Senate. Tim Scott is too establishment. And you don't think he'll be good? Rubio, same as Scott. Lake, we need in the Senate. I would like to see Judge Janine. Is she running in the for anything? Yeah, that is some support for the Trump candidates. That's for sure. But I mean, Lake, she's seems to have a little bit of an uphill climb there in Arizona. But Vance, I think, should stay in the Senate. He just got in there. He's very young. Gates is your favorite member of Congress, one of the few GOP House members with courage. Yeah, that fair enough. That sure, there's a lot of interesting takes on Gates out there. For the 26 midterms, Democrats, you think you have a better chance than 24, but you're stuck on some states that were competitive in 20, like North Carolina, Iowa, Maine. Maybe Alaska could be competitive with Peltola. Yeah, that I agree with that. As well as North Carolina with Tom Tillis. I mean, but we're kind of going through the same thing as back in 2020. It looked like North Carolina could be highly competitive. Maine as well looked like that was going to flip. Didn't really pan out. And then in Iowa as well. with Joni Ernst. Democrats have to really pull off a top tier candidate. Maybe they go for their auditor, Rob Sand, the only statewide elected Democrat. Okay. If Trump picks Nikki Haley as VP, then Biden won't have a shot. There's that theory that Haley is just this election juggernaut where she'll give Trump the suburbs and women are going to come back a ton. Um, Even if he loses support with the base, that she's just going to be such an asset. That there's the counter response right there. Haley would be the worst possible choice. He'd completely lose the base. You'd question the state of his mind. There's that theory too. Who's to say who's really right? Of course, some of the base would be put off, but of course, by election day, things are different. I think a lot of the base would say they don't like Haley, but Trump is their guy at the top of the ticket, and they don't want to have Biden in there, so they're going to support Trump. I would think most would come back. And then, of course, how much would she help him in places like the suburbs? It's all up for debate. You got Michigan, Georgia, maybe Minnesota, Texas. Tina Smith got close. Um, yeah, yeah, that's a little bit a ways off. Who knows who's gonna retire? But yeah, there's some targets in there. I at least don't think John James is gonna run again in Michigan. Maybe Whitmer, if Gary Peters decides to retire. Who knows? Okay. Um, at Bold Research, maybe I missed them. I was on 538. I don't think they're on Real Clear Politics. Alan Fung declined to run. I would not be expecting Fung to go again. He's fairly moderate, and he's made a lot of runs statewide there for governor. He's had no real success. Uh, it's the reddest district in South Carolina with a Cook PVI plus 21. Trump's best district after Trump and Stuart Jones endorsing Mark Burns. It doesn't shock me that this runoff is so close. All right. Boebert is hot. She's definitely young. Uh, can't stand Nikki Haley. Rather Trump than Haley. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't have to worry about Haley, at least at the top of the ticket. You think Alan Fung is bad with running for statewide positions? You should see Alan Waters. Yeah, that I'm not familiar with him, but Fung was at least the nominee a couple of times. That's worth something. Kind of like Charlie Crist. Okay, guy ran for the House and Senate numerous times. Which parties ran again? Okay. Was he the nominee or he just got into the primaries? Because I would like to think I've heard of somebody that notable, but oh, and that catches me up with what's going on there. Vermin Supreme. There's a name. I'm assuming he's running for something every year. I think that's the safe assumption. All right, let's see if we've got any updates here. Okay. Fox and Friends announced a series of interviews with leading prospects to become Trump's running mate, Vance Scott Burgum. They will be joined by their significant other to discuss their qualities. Hmm, interesting. Okay. In Bowman Latimer race, voters say a barrage of negative ads was a turnoff. That could help Bowman theoretically. Okay, now we've got Biggs opening up a little bit of a lead here again with almost half of the vote in. Uh, yeah, I don't think Vermin Supreme could get near the White House. He'd have to lose the boot on his head first. Uh, okay. Yeah, there are some perennial candidates. I mean, you got Robin Ficker in Maryland who ran again against Hogan. I mean, there's some of these people. You've heard Elise Stefanik and Lee Zeldin for VP since New York looks only to be Biden plus 9, not the best picks. Yeah, that's another state where I'm not sold on New York getting under 10. I mean, I have seen the Siena College poll. I've seen them. It's been right around 10, but again, it's June. If we're looking at that in October, then I'm gonna think there could be something to it. But I mean, it went for Biden so massive last time that I think even if it got down under 14 points, that'd be a big shift there toward Trump. Trump thinks he could win New Jersey. Well, I mean, does he really think that, or is he just projecting confidence? There's no point in talking about these blue states. I don't think. I think just focus on the battlegrounds. I don't think either side should really try to expand the map, at least at this point. Now, if a red or a blue wave emerges, which is possible, again, it's June. It's not super early, but it's still June. Yeah, Minnesota, Virginia, another couple of states I covered earlier where there's rumblings about them being competitive. I could see Minnesota a little bit more than Virginia, but I've still been reluctant to think they're actually going to get competitive. Uh, Maybe Dan Kildee could run for Gary Peters' seat if he retires. Yeah, I guess he could, but I mean, if Kildee's already retiring, or yeah, Kildee's already retiring, so I don't know if he wants to come out of retirement. And Rogers loses in 24. You could see him running for Peters. If Rogers loses in 24, you, I would think that would be a little pathetic for him to come back 2 years later again and try to do it again. I would think there's got to be some other stronger of somebody on the bench in Michigan and Wisconsin for the Republicans. It just doesn't seem like they get a top tier candidate. Yeah, but Gary Peters, I mean, that was a fairly close race. He's kind of an under the radar guy. Now he's going to be the incumbent. What's Hogan's chances in Maryland? Probably uh, relatively. Well, there was a poll that came out the other day, I think yesterday. It showed him somewhere around 8 to 10 points trailing to Brooks, depending on how many candidates were in the on the ballot. But yeah, it's not going to be great for Hogan there. It's unlikely he's going to be able to win. Maybe very unlikely. Probably closer to very unlikely. But again, it's Hogan. You can't count him out. A red wave could emerge. That could make it actually competitive. Maybe also Brooks has some kind of scandal or makes some missteps. But for right now, I'm thinking Hogan is losing, and it's easily going to be by more than 5 points. Probably, but it could get under 10 if Hogan has a reasonable performance. And that would be a massive improvement over any other Republican. And it would be way, way less of a margin compared to Trump for president, who's going to lose it maybe even by up to 30 points. Slim, yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think Hogan is losing his chances with the Trump endorsement. I think also Brooks could win likely D November, maybe close to safety. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as well. But I mean, again, we have months to go. The whole landscape could look different in 2 or 3 months when the race really heats up. I know we've got a debate coming up, and it's not going to be unimpactful, but the debate might get forgotten about in a couple of weeks as people start gearing up for the middle of summer, 4th of July. People are on vacation. It's going to be after Labor Day when people really start to kind of lose the feel of summer and fall starts to kick in. And then you're going to really start to see it heating up. The spending, everything's going to happen. You think New York will be within 15, but Trump needs to focus on PA. He needs Georgia and Pennsylvania to win 270. Yeah, if New York got under 15, that would be, again, that'd be a market improvement over 2020, where Biden won by something around 22 points, something off the top of my head. Um, is Hogan a rhino? A lot of people consider him to be a rhino, but again, he's from a blue state. You're not going to get anybody more conservative, I would guess, than Hogan. New York D plus 13 this November with massive right swing in the Bronx. Well, it depends what massive right swing is. I mean, when it's already so blue, 10 points there could be massive. But yeah, I mean, this 13 points, it seems kind of reasonable. It's hard to imagine it getting bluer than it was in 20, but getting it down into the mid teens, I think seems possible. But again, it's still June. It's almost July, but it's still June. David Clark for Wisconsin doesn't seem bad, but I guess he didn't run this year. And James Craig had a better chance in Michigan, but he declined. I wonder why Craig jumped out. Well, yeah, Clark. I'm not even sure Clark is he officially declined. I It's really all going to be about Hovde apparently, but Clark seems to be just too. He seems to be too controversial. He's just going to have made too many statements. He's going to get tons of negative media attention. I don't think Clark can really win. Of course, he's going to ignite a certain segment of the base, but I would have a real tough time seeing Clark take it out Baldwin there. And Craig, who he wasn't even on the ballot a couple of years ago for something with his signatures. But yeah, there was always talk about James Craig in Michigan making it competitive, but it just hasn't materialized. Okay. Clark is as crazy as Mastriano. There's a lot of different ways you can describe a lot of these different people. I get it. I get what people say about the different characterizations of different sides. Um, you hope Boebert wins her seat because polling shows it would make the 4th district way more competitive, I believe. With some polls showing the Corkle beating her. Yeah, she saw what was in store. She jumped ship, going to a redder district. That should theoretically solidify both districts, but in particular, the one that she nearly won last time. It was a very close one between her and Adam Frisch, who is running again this time. So with 56% of the vote in, Jerry Biggs is holding on to about a 5.5 point lead here over Mark Burns, which is interesting because Burns did get that Trump endorsement. So where's the vote outstanding here? So a little bit here more, a little bit in this county for Biggs, and only 26 in here. Biggs leading. Let's see, Burns. Okay, Burns is leading pretty big in this county and outskirts of Greenville, but we'll see what happens. Only 19% in there. What about New York City? What about it? Trump could make some gains there. Again, he could lose it massively and still make significant gains. I mean, he's going to lose it massively, but if it shifts 5 points, maybe 10 in his direction, that's something. That's meaningful movement. Trump needs someone young for VP because who will take his place at 28 to keep the MAGA agenda alive and the future of the Republican Party. I mean, I covered that earlier. There is a long-term vision in politics, but the priority is going to be the short term. If somehow Burgum, even though he's really not that young, if somehow he's the guy to put Trump over the top this time, hey, he'll take it, and then the Republicans will regroup in a few years, and they'll go through it again. It's easiest to have your VP just step in and run next time. Then there's less drama, but somebody younger probably is an asset considering Trump is in his late 70s, but Burgum is in his mid to late 60s, I believe. You don't think Clark publicly said just took him they just took him off the wiki page for no reason when Trump endorsed Hovde? I feel like Baldwin could have made a similar margin. You think Baldwin could do it right now against Hovde, or if that was against Clark? 18 was such a blue wave, and I would think it's going to be narrower. But yeah, Hovde, it just feels like they're digging up somebody from the past in Wisconsin. They didn't get the top tier candidates they wanted in that state, and Hovde, businessman who already ran before. He doesn't seem like a great pick, but who knows? All right. So again, appreciate everybody stopping by for 10 minutes or a few hours, whatever you're in the mood for. It's another stream here, June 25th, and we're only about a half hour away from some serious action. That's going to be New York and Colorado. Can Jamal Bowman hold on? That's going to be the question. We've got 169 votes in this poll, and it's 2-1 saying no. So we'll follow that, see what happens. In the meantime, we've got South Carolina. That's what we're waiting on here. Kind of a close one, but Sherry Biggs is still in the lead. And so it's great to see everybody back here again. Some people are lurkers, they're just sitting in the background for the whole time. Some people very first stream, some people have been here for all of them. So we're just doing kind of a hangout here. And we've got 59 people here. That's a pretty good amount considering some of the other streams. I won't be able to do every stream, but I try to do what I can. There's a debate coming up. It would be nice to stream during that, but of course there's lots of copyright issues with what you can show and what you can do with audio. So we're doing this stream at least, and then after that there's not really a whole lot of action. If we look at the schedule real quick, we've got the RNC convention that's coming up in July, but after today there's nothing for a few weeks. Primaries resume later on in July and then really get going in August. So we try to do the streams whenever we can. Usually we sit on here for at least 3-4 hours. Sometimes we go more than 5 hours and just hang out, talk politics. Usually it's pretty laid back, cover the results. So good group of people here, and always great to have new faces coming by. Check out the channel, like, subscribe, share, join. Got a video up every day. Coming up on 1,000 videos in the catalog. Whole variety of content. There's something for everybody there. You don't have to like every video, but if you can pull out 1 or 2 a week, that's pretty good. Hopefully we can expand the channel. It's kind of slowed up here the past month or so, month and a half maybe. For whatever reason, it's slowed down. Not sure why, but still trying to get it up, hopefully to 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, that is. Okay. All right, how do you think Baldwin could pull off a margin of 5 to 6? Yeah, I think she could. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a little bit too early. The question is, how much is Biden going to run behind Senate Democrats? How much is Trump going to run ahead of Senate Republicans? All the polling we've seen, it shows that's what's happening. Trump is leading in most of the swing states and most of the polls, but in the Senate polls, it's the other way around. Trump is running around 5 points or so behind a lot of these Senate Republicans. So how much crossover vote is there really going to be? We have no idea. The polls only can tell you so much. Even the aggregate polling. We've seen them off in 2020, 2016, 2022. It looked like it was going to be a bigger red wave. That did not materialize. Will, good evening. Thanks for showing up. Dr. Steve Turley explains who should be Trump's VP. Go help the man out. He's being censored for his political views. Is he being censored? I'm not sure exactly what's behind that. If a different channel, I can't really speak to that kind of stuff. I could just mostly speak to what I've got going on. Once in a while, I'm aware of some other stuff. Do you know why 530 is showing a slight Biden edge since Trump has been slightly up in the battleground states? The last I looked, which was only a couple days ago, Trump was favored, I think, 50 to 49. Then maybe that flipped and Biden's ahead 51 to 49 or something. But why would it flip? It could just be whatever weight they put on in their polling models. That's a possibility. Um, but I'm not sure otherwise. I'd have to look more into which polls they're factoring in and what the margins are and why they have, if Biden is ahead there again. But you would think if Trump is ahead in the battlegrounds, in their own aggregate, that would be enough for him to win the election, the general election. Now, maybe that is just popular vote and not the Electoral College. Again, that's something to take a look at. But I would agree if Trump is ahead in all their states, the swing states, he should theoretically be in the lead in their own model to win the entire election. You think the polls showing ticket splitting is pretty inaccurate. They only poll between 100 and 1,000 people. The real result is when the rest of the people can vote. I mean, that's not wrong, but I mean, if you're doing a poll, you've got to do something. You can't poll 100,000 people in a poll. You got to take some sort of a sample size that's going to be relatively statistically sound. And of course, yeah, 100 is going to be way too low, but usually you're going to get at least 400, 500, 600. Sometimes you do hit 1,000. And, that's the best you can do. Now, they might have an inaccurate model. They might do some inaccurate weighting. But again, most of us are just kind of guessing on a lot of this stuff. And things could change. That's the other thing. Sometimes there's late movement in the polls. In October, I'm going to be wide open to expecting, a surge of polls coming in and things change. Because once the urgency of the election actually approaches, who knows what people are going to do? It might affect the polls, it might not. Turnout could be affected. There's a whole lot of variables there. But ticket splitting is going to be a question. How many people are actually going to vote for Trump at the top and then say, no, they love Trump, but they don't want to have a Republican senator? That's going to be questionable. Same thing for Biden on the other side. If Hogan won, that's a big if, I would agree. You would predict him to serve almost the exact same way. Voting record and such as Manchin. Yeah, I think he would be in that category of a Manchin, a Murkowski, a Susan Collins. That seems perfectly reasonable to expect that. Social Blade says we'll hit 5K subs January 2nd. I check that out once in a while. Up until last month, it had us getting, I think, 5 or 6,000 by the election. However, last month, the subscribers were not more than the previous month. So that completely changed their expectations and it crashed. Now that could change again, but so far this month it hasn't been all that amazing. But only 5K in January. And that is some slow growth in a sense, considering daily content with almost 1,000 videos. And I don't get a lot of complaints about the quality, so you spread the word, whatever it takes. Because there are some other channels I've seen that have way less content and way more subscribers. There's a whole host of reasons behind that. People could easily be promoting it, spending money to do all kinds of things to prop it up. There could be bots that subscribe. That's another possibility. Some people have paid for subscribers, but not here. This is all grassroots organic growth. Are most of the latest polls registered voters, barely any likely voters? Yeah, it kind of varies. Uh, here's the latest polling on Real Clear Politics. This does not show likely or registered, but at 538, I've seen a mix. You'll see likely probably in all of them eventually, but I've seen a nice mix. But this polling here today, we've got we've got some Georgia and Nevada, and Trump's up in Georgia by 5. In Nevada, he's up by 3. In the five-way race in Nevada, Trump's up by 7. But in the Senate, Jackie Rosen is up 5 points herself. So that's about an 8-point plus spread that Senate Democrats are running ahead of Biden. And here's the Maryland poll where Alsobrooks is ahead by 8. That's a PPP poll. Meanwhile, Biden's up 26. So 2/3 of the vote in here in South Carolina's 3rd. And it could be Biggs pulling this out then. That would be a little bit of an embarrassment for Trump if his pick is unable to win. Minnesota is interesting. Usually, we talk about a presidential candidate dragging a senator over the finish line. Minnesota Klobuchar will drag Biden over the finish line. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. I mean, she's going to win that Senate race. In all likelihood, she's going to win that. Yeah, I mean, it was close in 16. Trump lost. Hillary won it by 1.5 points there. That came out of nowhere, but that was with a more third party presence on the ballot. Last time, with less third party presence, Biden seemed to gain most of that. And that's why it went up to somewhere around 7 points in 2020 for Biden in Minnesota. All right, you think you have a lot of unique and interesting video ideas. Maybe you can play up gestures with more sensational video titles and more varied thumbnails. Yeah, I try to avoid like obvious clickbait titles because I don't want to be too misleading and I don't want to just try to rope people in. But on some of this polling stuff, you got to throw it in a little bit, but it doesn't really seem to help so far. Any of the thumbnails, I mean, the images are high quality, but yeah, I mean, there's only so much you could do. I see what other channels do, and I don't want to rip anybody off, and I want to keep my own style for the most part. But even so, aside from all that, the consistency of videos, as well as the lack of them being low quality for over 2 years, you'd think that would lead to some more sustained subscriber gain. But, not sure what's behind it. But I do have a lot of unique videos, that's for sure. All right, you're back. Sounds good. I think that's why the polls are weird. Some states, Senate Democrat candidates doing better, and some Biden is doing better. Yeah, I mean, I always say, we'll take a look at the polls now. We've been taking a look at them for months. It's all you can really do, but don't count on them not changing by November. Everybody loves polls when they're ahead or their candidate is ahead, and when they're not, then they dismiss the polls. They rationalize it. They say it's early. They say that the sample size is missing their voters, or the sample's missing their voters. It's all kinds of excuses. But when they're ahead, then it's just, hey, look at this. They're ahead. You're calling it early. You mean you're leaving again, or you're saying Sherry Biggs is the winner? The West Coast polling video, yeah, that was a big hit somehow. But like 2 days later, it became a big hit for like a week. Um, it's great, but it's also disappointing that that's the biggest hit, considering it's not so different than many of the other hundreds of videos I've done. I was even on the fence about doing that video because it was kind of a low sample size, kind of a gimmicky poll, but I, I tried to cover it as neutrally as I can. Okay, Biggs, the winner, you're calling it? Yeah, one video blowing up. That's what you'd think. I mean, I've got almost 1,000. A few have taken off pretty big, relatively big, but so many of them, they're not. But slow and steady. But it is frustrating. There's a lot of burnout. A lot of these videos take a lot of effort. Putting up a 6-minute video, sometimes it takes more than 2 hours. I mean, some of the videos take a lot of prep and research. They could take 4 hours, and it's hard to fit that in a lot of times. What gave Trump 16 was his high third party votes. Yeah, there was a lot of third party vote in 16, and that narrowed it up. In 2020, that was such a unique election, though, with COVID, with all the mail in ballots, and things were weird at the time. Doesn't mean it's not going to be at all weird this time, but there was a referendum on Trump and COVID and everything. Now it's shifted. Biden's got a track record. People are not happy. Yeah, things have become polarized. Yeah, I mean, how do you lean into being in the center? That's the thing. Um, and yeah, once you go super partisan, that might help. It's going to alienate people, but it might actually boost the growth. And then it's harder to find even being centered. I mean, there's certain times I have an opinion on some things, and some of those opinions are not going to be totally down the middle. So it's tough. Right-leaning, libertarian-minded MAGA, but I notice you get a mix of viewpoints viewing you. So I'd put that in how you advertise yourself, show yourself as a hardcore centrist. Yeah, again, I mean, I get it. Yeah, there is a lot of mix here. I do like that. I like getting some different takes. It doesn't have to be some perfect mix, but if it's just all one-sided, that's not really that interesting for me. But again, hardcore centrist, it's hard to know what that really means. Does that mean on every issue you take the exact middle of the road approach? Because that's not what I do. I mean, I've done some political commentary videos, and I usually reference the one video. It's just audio. It's why both parties suck, and that criticizes both sides. So in some issues, especially if they're brought up, I'm going to have somewhat of an opinion, and that could slant things as the race has tightened up here a little bit. But overall, I think it's generally, especially when we're just covering elections, that stuff is just, that's easy to just stay right down the middle on. 200 subs per week the last 4 months. That's not the last. That is not the case for the last 6 weeks. It was for a while, and actually no, not 200 per week. I was getting it was less than 400 a month, but I mean I've got all the stats, but it was solid per week. It was over 100, but somehow mid May it kind of started drying up. Is there a way to reverse the partisan divide? That's a fair question, but it's going to take some kind of transformative type of candidate combined, I think, with some kind of societal or cultural shift. That could be brought on by some kind of an event. Um, like back we had 9/11. That kind of brought people together in a way we would not recognize today. But it's going to be a mix of things, I think. But there's no telling. It could still be like this in 10 years. It could be just as partisan. Um, but I think the easier thing might be if somehow a candidate can take the popular things from each party and run on those and run against the highly unpopular things in each party. And if they're able to break through, um, that could be a winning formula. Now, if they're going to actually run as a third party, that's going to be up for debate. So it's not easy at all. But I mean, there's been divides, historical divides, and eventually things kind of change, but it can take some kind of effort. It's hard to predict, though, really. Oh, you meant per month? Okay, that seems more in line. This past month, that's the past month, though, is not true. Like I said, it did dry up. But anyway, we've got awesome Lego 3000. You're new. Well, thanks for taking an interest. You like your content and analysis. Is how far could you see Garvey outrunning Trump in California? A few points or something crazy like 10. Yeah, that's a good one. California and Steve Garvey against Adam Schiff. The polling has shown, of course, it's an expected blowout in favor of Schiff. And I'm not sure what kind of campaign Garvey's running. I followed him a little bit in the primary, but I'm not sure what kind of approach he's actually taken, what kind of funding he's getting, if people are actually just writing him off because he's a Republican in California. But I don't think it would be something like 10. That just seems too out there. Um, Even though Trump is not popular in the state, I don't think Garvey is really all that exciting myself. So I would expect him to only outrun Trump by a few points. I suppose it's in theory, some places in LA and San Diego could go more toward the right, and Trump could make some gains. I'm pretty sure, yeah, in LA County did shift toward Trump in 2020. I know I covered all those shifts and plenty of shift videos I've made, but just by a slight amount. I mean, Republicans might, you might think they've bottomed out there in California, but theoretically, I would think, yeah, Garvey should be able to run a few points ahead given he's not as polarizing as Trump, but at the same time, he's not really that exciting either. I don't think Schiff is either, but it's such a blue state. If that was a 10-point gap where Garvey's running ahead by 10, that would be pretty wild, I think. And this race just tightened up even a little bit more here. Schiff by 17. Yeah, I even in the best case scenario, I would have Schiff winning it by more than 10 and probably more than 15. So the 17 is probably in line with what I would expect. Hopefully that answers some of that question. And we're only about 4 or 5 minutes away from really getting into the thick of this primary. I'm not sure which order they're going to count the ballots in, but look at all these races, 26 of them. We're going to need to take a look at the 16th. That's going to be the big one. Colorado's coming up as well. And yet again, it tightens up slightly. Where's the vote remaining here? Okay, we've got a little bit here for Biggs in Anderson County. Burns has made some more. That's how he's chipped into this margin. He's gained some votes in these counties he was leading in. It looks like it's going to be close, but it does seem like Biggs should come out with the win. If Republicans want to win in California, they've got to get independents and Republicans. A lot of lib independents, though. A liberal Republican can win. Yeah, I mean, they had Schwarzenegger in there a couple of decades ago. But post Newsom, that era, I guess there's an opening for a Republican. Again, yeah, it's got to be the right Republican, that's for sure. Um, Newsom's popularity has slipped, of course. Who knows what that really means? But people might be looking for a change. It happens sometimes, but of course, it's going to be an uphill climb no matter what. Mike Garcia holds on to his seat. I would think so. He's been durable. He's taken down Christy Smith 3 times. So people know who he is now. Of course, he could make a misstep or have a scandal or something, but he should hold that seat. But it's obviously going to be one that Democrats should target. Newsom did worse in 22, but his turnout was way down from 18 and his recall at 21. Yeah, it's just such a wide margin anyway that it's hard to really pay a lot of attention to it. But it looked like Newsom was in trouble. He had the scandals during COVID and the lockdowns and some hypocrisy from him, but it didn't lead. He did get the recall election, but that went absolutely nowhere against Larry Elder. Uh, yeah, it looks like Burns is headed for defeat, but not quite there yet. California needs a Charlie Baker. I guess that could work for California. Yeah, New York is closing in just a minute here. I don't want to abandon South Carolina, but we got some bigger fish to fry here. We've got Jamal Bowman. And actually, this poll here, I think we're going to close this poll. 69% say Bowman is not going to win. So, good stuff. Thanks for the votes. And we'll see how long it takes to get some results here. Do you think Adam Frisch has a chance at the District 3? Not. I think he has less of a chance than how close it was back in the last election. Oh, and these races, just like that in Colorado, they're called. Those are the uncontested ones. But this is going to be one to take a look at. If I guess if Frisch was facing Hanks, then it could be competitive. At least that's my understanding of the dynamics of this race. All right, California will have D plus 23. It's entirely possible. Bowman wearing Starlight gear. Oh, okay. Sure, there's probably some jokes out there about him pulling a fire alarm tonight for this election. There it is. Look at that. Bowman opens up with a massive hit here. 80%. So that's a big statement here in the opening couple of minutes. All right, we're going to need to take a look at the first, probably the 22nd as well. And the 24th. Colorado, we've got nothing yet. Uh, on NBC, it has Latimer winning. Wow, that's fascinating. I mean, maybe this could be a tabulation error. There's always the two parties take all the states. If only states didn't make it hard for other candidates to win. Yeah, Kevin Aguilar, thanks for showing up, by the way. I think you just made it in time here. Decision desk has 23% in. Wow, what's going on in this? New York Times is at 3. There's 23% in here in the Bronx. That maybe that's a coincidence. We'll find out. Let's let the dust settle. Polls just closed. Let's hopefully they got it all figured out. Um, well, I'm gonna have to hope that New York Times catches up or fixes it or whatever they've got going on. Because yeah, that's a big discrepancy here between New York Times and NBC. Hopefully, it works itself out here momentarily. I've refreshed and nothing has changed. All right. So this is the main event here. New York 16th. Can Jamal Bowman, the progressive, survive a challenge from more establishment George Latimer? The polling has suggested that Bowman is in serious danger. And according to this, he's not in any danger, but let's give it a few minutes. We'll see what else we've got going on. Okay, that changed almost nothing. Here's the 24th. Big vote dump here for Claudia Tenney. And Colorado. The special election here. This is a general election. So Republicans looking to hold this seat here to replace Ken Buck, who already stepped down. Greg Lopez is not going to be running in the November election for the next term. Okay, we've got some stuff here. We got results in the third. We've got Hurd. He's pulled ahead of Ron Hanks, who's considered more controversial. Hanks. Democrats probably hoping Hanks is able to win there. Utah's coming up in under an hour. And let's get the Bobert district up here. Here's the fourth. And less than 1% in. She is trailing the more establishment-backed candidate, Jerry Sonnenberg. Okay, maybe, I'm not sure, yeah, maybe why Bowman, was that early vote they just dumped for Bowman? I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, yep. Colorado Special, Bobert coming in. Just covered that. New York 14 called for AOC. All right, we could take a look at that. Wasn't really expected to be that close, I don't think. But there it is. That is called. Wonder if the Colorado fourth will be competitive. Yeah, I guess after that one in Ohio, you have to consider that. But so far, Greg Lopez is completely dominating. Uh, okay, you feel AOC is a sellout? I think I mentioned that earlier, a lot of progressive criticism I hear is that she did kind of cozy up to the establishment and sell out. She was supposed to come in there, shake everything up, and seems like she did very little of that. Okay, South Carolina, narrowed up. Yeah, look at that. Getting real close. It's a 2-point race. But there's vote here outstanding in Anderson County, which is favoring Biggs at the moment. Dems in the fourth. In the special election, it was only 1% in, but it would seem like this is a fairly red district. And that's why Boebert is moving over to run here for the next term. So this is the Ken Buck district. He should be able, Greg Lopez, who I think state legislator, that's his background, he should win this probably, theoretically, comfortably. But you never know. Again, special elections have crazy turnout. Sometimes you do see some wild swings. Red Legion, hey, thanks for stopping by. Lopez just lost a ton. Well, I mean, there was no way he was going to win that by 70 points, but okay, let's see. All right, Boebert has taken the lead. That's expected. And Jamal Bowman, I don't know why these results are way behind NBC. Sonnenberg is beating Boebert on NBC. Okay, all right, changed. Gotcha. Here we've got John Mannion with a fifth of the vote in, has almost a 2-to-1 lead here over Sarah Clay Hood. And yeah, Brandon Williams, the Republican, he is vulnerable. After the map got redrawn, Williams looks like he could be the biggest loser here. It's not a guarantee he's going to lose. He's the incumbent, but he's going to have to run a great campaign and hope there's the Democrats kind of blow it a little bit. Okay, Sherry Biggs gains slightly. Claudia Tenney with a significant advantage here over Mario Fratto. And Jeff Hurd now with 38% in. Comfortable lead over Ron Hanks. We've got some elections here, yeah, in New York, in the legislature, the assembly. This is a little bit too down ballot, but if you're from the state, definitely going to be of interest for you. You're watching Colorado Forest Special. How do you want to see the overall picture on a ruby red district as well? We kind of saw that a couple of weeks ago in Ohio, where it was a big overperformance for the Democrat. But the counter argument there is it's very low turnout. Who knows what's actually going to happen? Okay, there we go. Now Latimer has taken the lead. Huge vote dump, a quarter of the vote in. Latimer's at 60. Bowman about 40. So Bowman is leading in the Bronx here, and then Westchester, which is just upstate of that, he's leading hard. So that might be what we're going to see here. Where Latimer, there's a regional divide here. All right, South Carolina, we got 95% in. Is that? Oh, and it narrowed up again. Just a little bit of vote left here. And it probably looks like Biggs is going to hang on. Still no call yet. With no experience and poor math skills, I'm calling it for Bowman. Oh, hey, look at this. Called right now. Sherry Biggs has been declared the winner, says the Associated Press. And that's what it was looking like. It was looking like there's not enough vote here for Burns. So a little bit of an embarrassment for Trump, who endorsed Burns. Henry McMaster endorsed Biggs. So Biggs is pretty much, this is a tantamount to victory. She's going to win in November, likely to win, I should say. There's no guarantees. It's an open seat, but Biggs looks like she's the winner in South Carolina's third. Where was I? Bowman. You're calling it for Bowman with 5% in. Well, that kind of changed. And yeah, Biggs called. So we've got 69 people in here. It may or may not be funny, but that's where we're at. So great to have everybody here. If you're lurking, which most people are lurking, I'm sure the vast majority are, either have it on in the background or they've got 3 or 4 channels up. Maybe they're having something to eat. Maybe they're driving or doing something, out for a walk, whatever you're doing. Good to have a nice full group of people here for a stream. You saw Burns ran into debt. Okay. Well, he got close. So we're going to have to be bouncing around, checking on these races. Nothing here in the first. John Avlon, former CNN host. He's running for this seat to take on Nick LaLota here, right out on Long Island. Greg Lopez takes a bit of a hit, but he still has a easy double-digit advantage. Jeff Hurd also 20-point advantage over Ron Hanks. And Bobert with a significant lead with over half of the vote in. And we've also got to take a look at here, the 5th and the 8th district. We don't want to forget about these. The 5th district, that should have Dave Williams. I believe he got the Trump endorsement. I'm actually going to have to double check on that. This is to replace Doug Lamborn, though. Yeah, Dave Williams has endorsed Trump. So, this is an open seat here. Covers Colorado Springs, El Paso County, and the 8th district. Trump has endorsed Gabe Evans. If you're interested in the Trump endorsements, he's going to face Yadira Caraveo. This is a new district. After reapportionment, Colorado gained a seat. And this 8th district was competitive last time. Caraveo won by a narrow margin. I think it was around 1 point, maybe slightly over. Something like that. So this is technically competitive. Okay. Oh, New York Times is a bit behind still. Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, this is what I'm going to be using. As long as it's working. I was Bowman behind, left for 5 minutes. Yeah, huge vote dump came in. Westchester County, Latimer. That's where he's getting his support from. Billy Handy, new subscriber. Thanks for taking an interest in the channel. You're a huge political nerd, and you might want to say, thank you for covering this right now. Well, thanks for being a part of it. I can't do it without some sort of an audience tuning in. But yeah, I almost 1,000 videos every day for the last 2 years. So plenty of content there. Some of it's good too. Some of it's old, some of it's outdated. The quality is a little worse if you go back far, but variety of stuff out there for people interested in politics, elections, that kind of thing. Most of it is low bias, no bias. Occasionally a topic comes up. There's going to be some opinion out there, but your candidate is in the lead. In the 22nd, is that going to be John Mannion? That's got to be your guy. All right. Biden was close in Long Island in 2020. Yeah, I mean, there's been. I mean, how much weight does 2020 have on 2024 anyway? That's the real question. We've gone through that midterm, and then it's going to be 4 years later. So much has happened since 2020. I could see it. I could see it either way. There's a case to be made for Biden winning it. There's a case to be made for Trump winning it. Of course, right now it looks like most of the metrics favor Trump at least slightly. That could change. Boebert won. Is it? Did it get called? Look at that. We've got a call. That was. Look at Colorado. 22 minutes in, we've got 60% of the vote. Lauren Boebert. She is going to be the nominee in the 4th congressional district. She did not win Cheyenne County. And for the Democrats, this is very tricky because there's a special election going on for this same district. This is to replace Ken Buck. He stepped down. So this right here this is to finish his term, which expires in January. Greg Lopez, Tricia Calvarese, those are the Republican and Democrat going at it to finish the remainder of that term. But Lopez is not running in November. Lauren Boebert is. She's moved from the 3rd to the 4th district. So she's going to run for the next term. She's going to be the nominee. And we've got Tricia Calvarese and Ike McCorkle going at it. And of course, Calvarese is running in that special election. Very, very tricky. It's unusual. Okay, Joe Rogan. Is that if Joe Rogan, Ronald Reagan? Oh, Joe Reagan. Got it, got it. Okay. Not even sure where that is. Is that must be one of these candidates? Uh, Boebert is called. Yep, got that done. Hope McCorkle wins. He's the best Democrat against Boebert. According to NBC, just 33 in Westchester. Yeah, I hate seeing all these discrepancies between the different media organizations. 60% in the Bronx. We've got 49 here. We've got nothing in the 1st district. And we might be kind of done here with South Carolina. We could free up some of these tabs because there's a lot of them. So I'm going to get rid of South Carolina, but that has been called for Sherry Biggs over Mark Burns. And the Senate, there's a Senate here, election, a U.S. Senate election in New York, but not much to talk about. Gillibrand and Sapricone, uncontested. They're going to be the nominees. Gillibrand, she's going to win that in November. Very likely, I should say. All right. Joe Reagan is in Colorado's fifth. All right. There it is. Nothing in here in this district for whatever reason. Okay, Gabe Evans, he's the winner over Dr. Janik Joshi, or Joshi. So that race is in the books. So we can move on from the 8th. We don't really need that anymore. Special election. So this is going to give somebody an extra seat in Congress for the next 6 months. And in the third, Jeff Hurd still with the lead. Wow, this is one of these where we've got 4 different candidates leading in different counties. Russ Andrews is in the lead here. And we've got Lou Webb. He's in the lead here. Claudia Tenney with 60% in. Massive lead here over Mario Fratto. John Minion. Comfortable lead over Sarah Clay Hood. And George Latimer, his lead is going down here, as I'm assuming we get more in from the Bronx. But only 24 in here in Westchester. Nothing here in the first. The Utah race, that the polls close in the top of the hour, about 33 minutes. And I'm not sure which race you're looking at. Probably the Senate. That's going to be the biggest race. But the news, there was a poll that came out, I think, yesterday, and John Curtis was in the lead. Now Staggs he's gone up, but over the past couple of months, it seems like. But Curtis seems to be the favorite. So if Curtis loses, I think that would be a big upset. And for governor, also, it looks like Spencer Cox is going to be the likely winner there. Of course, again, there'd be an upset if Phil Lyman pulls it out. Bowman goes down to APAC. Latimer with 44 in. Well, this is probably the marquee race of the night. So we'll keep it here. We'll see what happens. We bounce it around, take a look at all the other races. Let's see if we've got any. Oh yeah, and the state legislator in South Carolina, they also had runoffs. So if you're from there, that's going to be important information. We've got a few of them. Some of them are still not called. All right, we've got news here from New York Times. Boebert wins a crowded primary after swapping districts in Colorado. We've got crowd gathering in support of Bowman in Yonkers ranges in age from children to older adults. Many are wearing blue campaign t-shirts, and some others in black t-shirts say Jews for Jamal. Okay. Sherry Biggs has narrowly won in South Carolina's third. Supporters of Westchester County Executive George Latimer are gathering in the atrium of an office building in White Plains. New York guests are greeted by an open bar, free cookies and music. Wow, how about that? Free cookies. Um, AOC wins. The outcome was never really in doubt. As expected, results reported from the Bronx have given Jamal Bowman an apparent early lead by nearly 60 points. Westchester County is slower to report, but once it does, those numbers are likely to push George Latimer ahead. All right, Trump has been asked about his preparation for Thursday's debate and said he'd been preparing for it my whole life. Okay. Good stuff. Let's go back into it. Latimer with about almost a 10-point lead. Decision Desk has made many calls. Yeah, I mean, that's fine if you want to use Decision Desk. Primal B, happy to be back. Wow, thanks for coming back. I do remember you to an extent, some extent. Congrats on having so many viewers. Well, hey, that's there's a lot of action today, and still at 69. Oh, 68. Okay. Yeah, thanks for adding another one to the stream. Hopefully we can get it over 100 at some point, probably on election day. Free beer, switching to Latimer. Okay. Not the cookies. The cookies aren't doing it for you. Do you plan live stream for September 10th? That's a long way off. What's the schedule here on the 10th? Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. I really can't say. It's just too far off. Um, I know I'm gonna miss some of these. So some of these will be missed. But I got three in a row. And we'll find out as we get closer. But let's go back to the big race here. Oh, you answered my question. Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. Why don't I have Decision Desk open? Well, I think the main thing is I got a lot of tabs here. I'm trying to not over clutter it. I've got a ton going, all with New York Times, and for the most part, they're pretty good. They update it in real time, and sometimes another site gets ahead. That does happen. If this thing stopped working entirely, then I could look into pulling that up. But I don't want to overdo it. I try to keep it simple. A lot of people like New York Times, so I don't have a problem with Decision Desk. Oh, you're going to sleep. All right. Thanks for thanks for showing up again. Glad you could make it. Sure, I'll see you in the comments. All right. Let's see. Do we got anything in the first? Nothing in the first. Still waiting on that. In the 22nd, John Mannion. 20-point advantage here over Clee Hood. Hey, Claudia Tenney, pretty big lead here over Mario Fratto. Let's go back to Colorado. Jeff Hurd, comfortable lead over Ron Hanks. And it's called now for Greg Lopez in the 4th Congressional District Special Election, which that's not a surprise. He had a big lead, 78% of the vote in. And Colorado, of course, is another big mail-in ballot state. But Lopez is going to finish the remainder of the term of Ken Buck. So he's going to be in there about 6 months, and then he's out. He's out of there, and then Lauren Boebert is vying to start the next term in that district. But she's going to have to get through either Trisha Calvarese or Ike McCorkle. And Calvarese is ahead by about 5 to 6 points right now. And we've got nothing here in the fifth, which is kind of odd. And if you're looking for Utah, we've got about 24 minutes. Got some hot races there. It's a state with another mail-in ballot state. So if it's really close, we might not get the results tonight. Okay, we've got Latimer. This is the big race here. Latimer and Bowman. Bowman, the progressive candidate, considered more progressive. George Latimer, considered more establishment. And Bowman is getting a challenge here. Okay, NBC has called it for Latimer. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing that here momentarily. But yeah, New York Times is better. I do like the interface better on New York Times. They do have more ads and such, but we're not seeing any of those. But I mean, you could use any number of different sources. Another 2+ hour stream. Senior Scoops. You've been lurking most of it, but yeah, we've been doing it. This is, I think we're almost up to three. In about 10 minutes, we'll be at 3 hours. And I'm assuming we're going to hit four because we don't even have polls closed in all the states. But yeah, I try to do a full stream. I don't think it's much fun, or even, I don't think there's a lot of point to getting on here for just a half hour or an hour. I mean, sometimes that's all you can do for some people, but I'd rather not do a stream than just get out here for 45 minutes. All right, so yeah, Greg Lopez. We'll see what kind of margin this is. Um, for comparison, let's see what Ken Buck. Let's see what he won by last time. So Ken Buck got 60.9 against Ike McCorkle, who got 36.6. So it's about a 24-point win for Ken Buck. Right now he's under that, but there's also more candidates. Okay, Bowman, he was waving around his stool. All right. Not sure about that. His concession speech, I'm sure he has prepared for that for sure. All right, the Times called it. Let's go back. Let's see it. There it is, right there. George Latimer has defeated Jamal Bowman in this New York 16 U.S. House primary. That was pretty much the expected outcome. Now, we're not sure the final margin. It's not a blowout. Um, so that's one race down. Let's see, nothing in the first. So we're down to the 24th. 8 to 11 points final margin. Sounds good. And now we've got the 5th finally coming in here in Colorado. And Jeff Crank has the big lead over Dave Williams, who Trump has endorsed. So that's not looking good here for a Trump endorsement, just like in South Carolina. But yeah, Bowman, the establishment, the political establishment, the Democrats, they're definitely going to be thrilled to get rid of Bowman. Colorado 5th. Yeah, that is close. You're going to listen to the Israel national anthem, all right? Yeah, I guess the support for Israel is going to be bolstered by Latimer getting in there, assuming he wins the general election. I mean, Bowman is still going to be in office for another 6 months. We we can't forget about that. And then Latimer has to win the general election, but of course that's pretty much a guarantee. Oh, thanks for the hearts coming in. You gotta love all of that. And of course, remember to like, share, subscribe if you're new, donate, join the channel. If you want to support the channel, the cause, whatever, feel free to throw in whatever you can. You just came back after 2 hours. Did you miss much? Well, not a lot, but South Carolina was close. That thing has been called for Sherry Biggs in the runoff. And then meanwhile in New York here, it just got called for George Latimer, who defeats Jamal Bowman. And then in Colorado, the special election, it's called for Greg Lopez, the Republican, and Lauren Boebert in the regular election, the primary. She's the winner there. And we're still waiting on some stuff to come in here. Oh, here we go. New York's first now. John Avlon, former CNN host, he's opens up with a massive 70 point to 30 point advantage. 46% in. Another Trump endorsed candidate loses. Is it called now? It wasn't called a minute ago, but I'm sure it gets called as soon as I stop looking. Okay, it's not called, but with 79% in here, yeah, I don't see how Williams can come back. That one is a total landslide. I'm not sure if Williams just did people know he was endorsed by Trump? Did he not get any funding? Did he get embroiled in a scandal? Because Jeff Crank looks like he's gonna easily be the winner there. But yeah, that's another blow for the Trump endorsement. There's going to be more in Utah. So Yeah, we're gonna follow the results. But again, great to have everybody here for another stream. I would imagine this is gonna be called pretty quick here for Avalon. You'd love a Trump endorsed win a loss column. I'm sure somebody will do the math tomorrow. I think that I'm sure other people keep track of that. And Ballotpedia might have a list of all the endorsements. I think they did for 22. Um, so that kind of thing is probably on there. Let's see, there's more Rhino than MAGA. In the fifth, yeah, well, we could look at the endorsements here. I mean, Crank had a lot of endorsements here, but not the Trump endorsement. Chair of the Colorado Republican Party, he's going down. Who will be watching the presidential debate tomorrow? Well, that's unless it's already after midnight. That would be Thursday. But I think most people probably going to take a look at it as the hearts keep flowing in. But it would be nice to stream that debate again. But there's so many weird copyright issues and with audio and video and um, the big networks. They've got certain rules behind that, unfortunately. All right. Did Avalon? Did it? I just was on there. Did it get called for Avalon a second after I got? Okay, it's still not called here on the Times. Uh, which are the Trumpadors candidates in each state, and if they win or lose? I mean, I pointed out plenty in this video. In South Carolina, the Trumpadors candidate lost, Mark Burns, and in Colorado's fifth here, Trump endorsed Dave Williams, chair of the Colorado Republican Party, and he's down huge time. In the eighth district in Colorado, which Trump did endorse Gabe Evans, and that one is a total landslide for Evans. In Utah, he endorsed Trent Staggs in the U.S. Senate, and I don't think he endorsed in the governor race, but I would guess he would endorse the challenger Phil Lyman if he was going to. But it looks like it's probably an uphill climb for Lyman, so he might not have endorsed. Am I planning uploading a debate analysis video after the debate? I don't know, really. I mean, I've done that after previous debates, but the post debate videos don't usually bring in a whole lot of views for whatever reason. I might, it seems relevant, but a lot of times I say the same stuff, but something crazy could happen and there might be something to talk about. But I might do something. It's probably not going to be some kind of in-depth analysis. I mean, it's going to be covered ad nauseum by all the other outlets. So I might do a little bit to get something out there. It's quite possible. Let's go back here. All right, now it's called here for John Avalon in the first in New York. So with half the vote in, more than half, he's going to be the nominee. He's going to take on Nick LaLota, and theoretically, LaLota should have the edge. Rando, hello, you made it. You missed 3 hours already, but um, better late than never. But yeah, people are busy whenever you can make it. Good stream so far. A lot of people here. Down to 50, but it's not too bad. It's kind of an early call here for the Latimer race. The South Carolina one took like 2 to 3 hours. The New York race kind of ended pretty quick. So we're only 8 minutes away from Utah. That's the last state, and things are moving pretty smoothly here. You hope Avalon wins in November. It's not totally out of the question, but if I had to bet right now, I would say he's going to lose, but you never know. It's not like some extremely red district. But yeah, a lot of people rooting for different sides of different races. It's all good. We're just covering the results. So Republicans here are going to get another seat back in the U.S. House as Greg Lopez. He's probably going to be sworn in pretty soon. And then he's not running in November. Lauren Boebert is, but who's she going to face? Tricia Calvarese is the Democratic nominee here in the special election, but she's fighting to be the nominee in the general election for next term against Ike McCorkle, who was the nominee last time. It's one of the more confusing races. The third and the fourth districts here in Colorado. One's a special election, one's a primary. Lauren Boebert is switching districts. It's easy to get lost in Colorado. South Carolina, that has been called for Sherry Biggs over Mark Burns. It's a close one, though. Couple of point race. It's still got some outstanding down ballot races in the state legislature. The one time you're not here, the stream does well. Yeah, it did better. That could just be luck, or it could be because there's more action tonight, I guess. Mr. Game and Watch, you just showing up as well. Seeing some of the regulars here. Do you think the polls are overestimating Trump? Right now, not really. Um, I think if the election were today, I would. It's close. It's very, very close. But I would guess Trump would pull it out narrowly. Not to the point where I'd be surprised if he lost. If Biden won, I'd say, okay, yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's pretty much what everybody says too. It's close, but Trump probably has an edge. Now, could that change in 2, 3 months? Absolutely. Voters are going to start paying attention definitely after Labor Day. And there could be some kind of a blue wave. There could be a national story that emerges. It's all possible. That could favor Biden. Now, the previous time in 16 and 20, the polls did underestimate Trump in most of the states, and some of them it was by a decent sized margin. That could happen again. But Democrats could be motivated to come out against Trump, and they might not be tapped into by the pollsters as well. I could see it either way. You can make a case. It seems like the two times Trump has been on the ballot, that he's just been underestimated by so much that it might be a safer bet to assume by November he should. If anything, there might be an underestimation of Trump. Now, we have not seen Trump ahead 4 years ago in a lot of these swing states. We never got to see that. We're seeing it now. So are they really underestimating him even further? That's going to be tough. All right, let's see. Let's go back. Okay, certain states, you think he's a slight favorite. That's kind of what I was saying. You're a regular. Yeah, that seems about right. Nice to see you. Election is a coin flip, as well as Michigan, Arizona. Yeah, coin flip seems within reason. Still got a debate Thursday, which could pick things up. Yeah, it could. The debate's going to be a hot topic for at least the next week or two, but then it could fade. Claudia Tenney was the most conservative Republican before everyone retired in 22. All right. Do you know about the Jews? What about them? Now she's being primaried for being not being conservative enough. She reps an R plus 35 district. Every state outside the Sun Belt seems to be realistic polls. Yeah, that's true. If anything is overestimating Trump, it would seem like it could be Nevada. It's usually a state I think that Democrats should do better in theoretically. Some of those polls had Trump ahead easily by more than 5 points. That I'm not so sure about. And anything that shows Trump ahead by more than 5 points, that could be an overestimation. But as far as the broad theme of Trump being ahead a little bit in the national polls, maybe. And as well as the popular vote, I wouldn't expect him to win the popular vote. It's not totally out of the question. But it all depends on how you want to look at it. There's another set of debates called the Free and Equal Debates, which I discovered recently. I did actually was reading a little bit about that earlier, but that's going to be the other candidates, I believe. Kennedy, third parties. I don't think Biden and Trump are really going to be a part of it, from my understanding. All right. So what have we got here? We've got still 50% in here in the 22nd. Tenney ahead in the 24th. That's a big lead, but only 20% in. And we've got Hurd ahead of Hanks by easily double digits. He's going to take, the winner there is going to take on Adam Frisch again, who's running again. We've got Greg Lopez, the winner. Still Trisha Calvarese in the lead here over Ike McCorkle. And nothing updated here in the 5th district. And in the 8th, we already saw Gabe Evans. Easy win for him. Now we've got Utah, which the polls have just closed. So we're going to have to take a look at the Senate and governor. Now, the Senate is the big race. And for governor, it's going to be incumbent Spencer Cox. He's the incumbent. That's going to be the advantage. He's popular. he is going to be considered too moderate or too establishment. That's why he's getting a robust primary challenge. But it's going to be an uphill climb for Phil Lyman. The Senate is the main race, and John Curtis is favored. He's also going to be considered more establishment. Now, this is a four-way race, but it's probably going to come down to Curtis and Staggs. Now, Brad Wilson, he's not out of it. But without any runoffs, John Curtis could win this thing with under 50% of the vote. There's also Attorney General. There's some House races. So remember, there's mail-in ballots here. Not sure how long it's going to take. Not sure exactly how close it's going to be. Okay, seen a couple political YouTubers have Trump flip Minnesota, Virginia, New Hampshire, even New Mexico. Do you even see a chance of it happening? Because I don't. Um, I mean, I usually have a broad range of expectations the farther out you go. So, given that we still have a lot of time left, there's chances different narratives can develop and different waves can emerge. Um, I can see why some people would say that if you're really having a best case scenario for Trump where he's underestimated in the polls, there's tons of shift against Biden. Hispanic support is huge for Trump, and there's just missteps by Biden. The independents go hard for Trump. I get it. I can see how you could see everything lining up, and Trump is competitive, maybe flip some of those states. I mean, those aren't like the bluest states ever, so it's not totally out of the question. But that's a little bit too optimistic for me. Now, the polls we've seen in Virginia have been close. We've seen it tied at 42. Now, that's tied at 42. That's not tied at 49 or 50. So I would expect Biden to go back up as time goes on. But a lot of channels are just optimistic for their side, I suppose. Minnesota would probably be the most likely to flip, but that again, we've seen close polls. So all it would take is those polls to pan out and a little bit of underestimation of Trump's support. Maybe third-party candidates taking away votes from Biden, and Trump could potentially flip Minnesota. I think that's too far for me right now. But I mean, I try to understand the possibility of what other people are going for. But New Mexico, that was a 10-point win for Biden last time. That seems like a lot. Now they hit. Some people have a reason, their own reasons for why New Mexico could get competitive, but I'm not seeing it. In New Hampshire, that was another one very close in 16. So there's some reason to think they could get close because they were. The larger candidates don't seem to be all that into participating in the free and fair equal debates, but Biden and Trump have been invited. Yeah, that's what I was reading. Um, usually the two major parties don't want to entertain third parties. And it's unclear who they're going to hurt more, especially Kennedy. So both of them are kind of teaming up to not engage with them. Although, from what I've seen, there's a lot more lawsuits coming from the Democrats to keep Kennedy off the ballot. Now, if there was a libertarian that was going to hurt Trump, I could see the same thing happening from the Republicans. Um, doubt independents are going to support Trump to a large extent. Well, I mean, all I can say is back in 16, it seemed like Trump was doing nothing. He was going to lose all the key demos. He was going to maybe even lose Kansas. He was done for. No chance. And it just did not pan out at all. I mean, Trump has defied a lot of the expectations. I mean, because yeah, I mean, I've pulled up polling from independents, and especially on civics, that they have the easiest timeline to follow. And the independent support for Biden is very low. It's much lower than when Trump was in office. When Trump was in office, independents basically kind of overlapped with his support overall. For Biden, independent support is much lower than his general rating. So if that's any indicator, then independents would be dissatisfied more with Biden. That doesn't mean that they can't come back to him, but there's enough there for either side to feel good about and feel concerned about. The Bowman margin, does it surprise me? I thought at the beginning of this, thought I think that was about Bowman. I was saying it could be something like a 10-point race, but maybe it turns into something huge like a 20. I thought I said something like that. I think it was about this. So I guess I'm not really surprised if it ends up being this. But, 3 or 4 months ago, I would have been surprised to see Bowman going down. But the things built up, and Bowman, he's done. Bobert doing terrible in eastern Colorado, 42% there. I mean, this is a crowded race. We got 5 candidates in double digits. I mean, yeah, sure, you could look through things like that. Maybe it's all totally true, but I try not to get too caught up in primaries, low turnout, and crowded fields. I mean, you've got to take a look at it. It's there, but I don't like to try to draw too many conclusions from it because November is going to be kind of a whole different ball game. We know that who Trump, most of us won't be voting for him. There's a case to be made. I always think encourage both sides to be aware of why they that their side can lose. I mean, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the direction of the country, just generic dissatisfaction, cost of living. And even if there's going to be people who say, hey, Trump is not their guy, but they're getting killed in their wallets. And it doesn't matter. They'll go back to Trump. I mean, there's all different kinds of voters. There's going to be so many different motivations for why people are going to do or not do what they're going to do. The only reason 16 primary turnout mattered was the monster vote. Not totally sure what that actually means. Primary votes are only important in highly contentious and polarized races. Yeah, I mean, primary vote, it has its place, but yeah, question mark on the monster vote. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wonder if Biden will give Bowman a cabinet position like Sean Patrick Maloney. Oh yeah, that was a surprise. Maloney went down. I forgot even what happened with Maloney, but yeah, who knows how what if Biden can find a way to capitalize on Bowman losing. I mean, that's what happens. Bowman, yeah, yeah, anything can happen with Bowman. So we're kind of waiting here on Utah, the Beehive State. That's the last state here tonight, and this is pretty much the last primary until until July 30th, when Arizona is going to have action. So let's see. We've got quote here from George Latimer. You do not need a campaign ad to tell you who George Latimer is. You have seen who I am. I have never seen an election as a blank check. It is a promissory note from me to you. All right? Yada, yada, yada. Latimer is using his victory speech to emphasize the importance of unity. Okay. I would like to make a public apology for sometimes using foul language, Bowman says, in reference to the criticism of his use of profanity that plagued the last days of his campaign. But we should not be well adjusted to a sick society. Oh, I did not even hear about that. So Bowman letting loose, and maybe that was a factor. With 90% of the vote reported to Latino candidates for the New York State Assembly, who were backed by Representative Adriano Es- Espelant. You know, some of these last names are tough. They're likely to lose. Okay. Three left-leaning incumbents in the state assembly built commanding leads. Okay. John Avlon wins. Bowman in emotional support speech. He's the first squad member to lose his seat. All right. Okay. Sean Patrick Maloney elbowed out Mondaire Jones and got shafted. So some said he deserved it. Monster vote refers to the white working class turnout primarily in the Midwest. No such turnout existed in 20 or 24. You know, I've never heard that term, monster vote, in all the political following I've done, at least that I can recall. But the polling did underestimate Trump in 20. Not enough to put him over the top, but I mean, I've covered those polling biases, and it was pretty bad in 20 in most of the states, not all of them. Redistricting is good for Dems overall, awful for progressives, partially because both races were not competitive. Okay, redistricting keeps screwing them. They only have AOC, Torres, and Jones left. The last two aren't even Justice Democrats. I think voters' assessment is that Bowman above Angle, Elliot Angle, but Latimer is above Bowman. Okay. Yeah, Angle a few cycles ago with the upset loss. He was holding a rally. Marie Newman lost her seat. Uh, where is that at? Cori Bush is losing. From what I've heard, Cori Bush should be in danger. That's my understanding, especially after this. But I mean, who knows how much bearing a New York race is going to eventually have on a Missouri race. You think Cori Bush will lose to Wesley Bell? Rashida Tlaib probably survives. Yeah, I mean, it's all interesting to see what these theoretically non-establishment candidates what they do in subsequent elections. Okay, so we're looking. Oh, Marie Newman. Now that I'm looking that up, um, I do remember that. Now that you mention it, because yeah, that was. I thought that was happening right now, but I do remember that. And up back up to 64 people. Well, that's great. Welcome to anybody just showing up, or if you showed up 20 minutes ago, whatever. We're waiting on it. Here it is. Boom. We've got results here in Utah, the U.S. Senate election. John Curtis, as expected, opening up with a comfortable lead here. Trent Staggs in second place with 27. Curtis at 54. Brad Wilson down at 12.7. Let's see if we've got governor. We do. We've got incumbent Spencer Cox. He has a 2-to-1 advantage over Phil Lyman. Most of that vote is Salt Lake County, though. That's going to be where theoretically Phil Lyman would do worse. And this vote here for Senate, it's also Curtis in Salt Lake County. Now, outside of there, Curtis is still in the lead. When we've got 95% of the vote in. So it might be a little bit. Staggs might not have been able to have enough momentum here to be able to take down Curtis. Because Staggs does have the Trump endorsement. I actually did watch this debate, one of these debates. And Curtis probably going to win, but let's see. Uh, and not much going on in primaries till we get into August. That's true. But there's the conventions. I don't know what kind of, the elections are great for streams because you don't really have to worry about anything copyrighted. Crank called. Oh, okay. Jeff Hurt. It's called for Jeff Hurt as well here in the Colorado's third. Ron Hanks is defeated. And okay, Jeff Crank. Now it's called. This is the same 79% that was in when we looked 20 minutes ago, but it's called here for Crank. And we've got a close one here for the Dems. Joe Reagan, River Gasson. Very close one. Let's go back to Utah. And we got to jump in here to the super chat because got to get that priority. Latimer is out of free beer, so you're crashing out for the night. Appreciate the coverage and dealing with my bad jokes. Jeb Easley taking a 538 sweep. Oh, I do remember that. I could have rolled with that and just said, yeah, Bush, Jeb. Yeah, Jeb exclamation mark. He would sweep any race. But yeah, appreciate that. Rasteb. I hope I got that right, but have a great night. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Not sure when the next one is going to be, the next stream. And that goes back up here to, will the next stream be in Arizona? I don't know. I don't want to say I'll do a stream and then I don't. Sometimes they're kind of toward the last minute, but some of these I am going to miss. But if I'm able to, I will. I'm assuming, if we look at the schedule real quick, I'm assuming I would at least do one or two of these, and I would also probably miss one or two of these through August. But we'll see. I know it's great doing a stream, but can't get it done every time. Let's go back here to Utah. Let's Okay, we've got Spencer Cox with a 22 3-point advantage, and Curtis with 50% of the vote in has a comfortable lead. Yeah, Craig called. I saw that real quick, but yeah, just getting back to that. Called for Crank. They have a small dollar donors, but Apex spent 100 million against the squad, which are small donors in New York, and Minneapolis can't match. Yeah, the outside spending, it's a whole separate issue. Money in politics. I'm sure a lot of people don't like it. I don't like it. It's not fun to see that kind of lobbying and influence. It's not at all. It corrupts the system. It's easy to say that. But aside from that, Latimer has won. If as far as the results go, Bowman has gone down here. I'm surprised they haven't called it for Cox and Kurt. Well, it just happened. I guess, a lot of this is in Salt Lake itself. We got a lot of these counties here that are probably going to be much more willing to vote for somebody that's not Curtis. Like Staggs here is leading here in Washington County. Do you think the current war involving Israel and Palestine will be a factor in the August and November elections? The primaries in August and the November general? Well, I could in November the general. Something could clear up. There could be some big resolution that happens in a month or two. Biden looks great. He appeases all sides and he coalesces his support. You got to be open to that possibility. Now, if things generally stay how they are, I've tended to think that a lot of the people angry with Biden, that how he's handled that situation, I tend to think most of them would come back in November. Some of them are going to talk big now and say there's no way they're going to do it. No chance. But then when it's early November, or if they're voting early and it's October and they hear Trump, they might say, you know what, I really don't like this Biden guy, but man, I cannot vote for, I got to stop Trump. And they're going to vote for Biden. That's what I think a lot of people are going to do. Now, I could be wrong. There could be a solid amount of people, enough to tip the election, that are going to withhold their support from Biden. I think it just remains to be seen what's going to happen. I would expect some of that in Michigan, a little bit, but right now I'm not thinking it's going to be a ton. Um, I think there's other factors besides the Israel thing. It's just the economy and inflation and immigration, abortion. That's one that's going to help Biden theoretically. And it's called for Curtis, just like that. Well, we got the check mark, but we don't have the banner at the top. So a Trump endorsed candidate is going down, which was expected. I don't know how much effort was really put into propping up Staggs, but maybe Staggs runs for something else in the future, because there should have been a rally there, I would guess, for Staggs. Maybe there was and I missed it. But it seemed like Curtis had enough name ID. He's already in the House. And he's, I guess, considered a little bit more palatable, a little bit more electable. Let's see if, and it's called for Spencer Cox. So that's kind of, that's that, as expected. But it's also, I guess it's a little embarrassing if you're the incumbent and somebody puts up 40% against you. I mean, that's not the greatest vote of confidence. But it was going to be tough to imagine Lyman pulling it out. We'll see what the final margin is, because again, a lot of this is in Salt Lake County that's coming in. But again, thanks for that super chat. Dearborn could vote for Trump or even Greens. They could, Again, we're all just guessing. It's all anybody's guess how much of that issue is going to affect the vote against Biden. Are they going to sit out? Are they going to vote third party? Are they going to write in their own name? Are some going to vote for Trump? Okay. They won a trifecta? Yeah, they did. They pulled it off in Michigan. Has Celeste Malloy run again? Oh, yeah. Let's get to the House races here. And she is running, and she is in a very close one. Colby Jenkins. Now, Malloy just got in there. She won a special election. So she's brand new. And I don't think there was an endorsement here for Trump, but oh no, there was. Yeah, I believe there it is. Yeah, he did endorse Malloy, but Malloy at the convention, Colby Jenkins won the convention. Colby Jenkins has the endorsement of their other senator, Mike Lee, as well as Rand Paul, Vivek Ramaswamy. And we've got this attorney general race. This one I have not really followed much of. There's just too much going on. You can't follow everything. All right. Salt Lake loves Haley. Yeah, sounds about right. 40% for Haley in South Carolina and UT. The November and general August primaries. Well, I hope I tried. I hope I answered enough of that about the Israel situation. Trump had a bad night. Yeah, not a good one, that's for sure. Haley stay in the ballot. Help never Trumpers. Romney would be pleased. Trump tried to primary out Brad Little, and look how that went. Uh, that one I can't recall off the top of my head, but and Raul Labrador, he pulled off that AG race, and he had like everybody against him there. He found a poll taken in early May by Generation Lab that polled college students with 8% participating in a protest for either side. Axios wrote a story about it. Again, all I can say is whatever data comes out now, it just I want to see the data in October and then see how much of that pans out. It's great. Take a look at it all today. That's what we do on the channel. But um, how much of that is going to actually pan out? A lot of people just say no, they will or will not do this politically. But things change. Okay, let's. So many tabs open here. Gotta close some of these. Colorado, do we need to? We don't need this anymore. Jeff Hurd is the winner in the third. Greg Lopez wins that special election in the fourth. Lauren Boebert is the nominee in the fifth, and we're still waiting here on the Democrats. It's called for Claudia Tenney in New York's 24th over Mario Frado, as expected, although Frado here did win. Seneca County. And John Mannion is the nominee over Sarah Clay Hood to take on Brandon Williams. It's going to be a great race. Williams might be the underdog. All right, we've got Celeste Malloy in the lead, slightly. Let's see the And yeah, Blake Moore, if you're wondering about the first, Blake Moore, not really much of a challenge here from Paul Miller, although Paul Miller won the state convention. I did a video on this yesterday. The state convention, a lot of these incumbents lost, but that's a different electorate in the convention. So Blake Moore goes on, and in the third, this is the open seat to replace John Curtis, who is going to be the Senate nominee. Now, if we look at this third district, Mike Lee has endorsed Mike Kennedy. Romney endorsed Stuart Pay. And Stuart Pay in the convention got in fifth place. But John Dougal, the state auditor, is he's a notable candidate in that race. But we've got Dougal way down at 10%, Stuart Pay at 12. It's between Kennedy and J.R. Byrd. That's interesting. All right. What have I missed here? Governors haven't lost a primary since 14. Is that all governors or something specific? Okay, Missouri 14. Okay, I'd have to think back on that. Jim Gibbons in Nevada. Dearborn voting for Trump is insane. Malloy is close. Trump will be angry. Malloy is in trouble. She's in a little trouble. Haley might carry Malloy over the line. Don't underestimate how much of a bad fit Trump is for Utah. Well, theoretically, yeah, but I mean, I did see there's a recent poll out and it showed I think Kennedy and Biden were tied at like 20 and something like that. Don't quote me on that, but Trump had a massive lead and Kennedy almost was beating Biden. Colorado 5 is close. Did I close that? Oh yeah, this one still. Joe Reagan. I'm gonna go Reagan. That is a close race. You remember back in 16, Trump didn't do all that good there. Independent candidate named Evan McMullen got it close. Yeah, McMullen, he did suck some vote away, but it still was pretty good for Trump. I think Utah will trend to Biden in a bit again because Salt Lake City and Provo are growing. Yeah, people are moving in there, but it's so red, I don't know how much it really matters. Okay, this is called here in the AG race. Derek Brown has beaten Rachel Terry and Frank Mylar. This is a race where looks like the margin in Salt Lake is not actually all that different than the other counties. Um, yeah, Bowman, he took an L. There's no question about it. Yeah, that Westchester County, that was a lot of vote there for Latimer. If I checked out New York 17, Working Families Party, Jones is losing right now, which could have a third party candidate costed. Let's see, New York 17. Uh, okay, we're good here with John Avalon in the first. And here's the update on this 16th. Latimer, he's got about a 10 11-point advantage. 17th. Oh yeah, we have not taken a look at this. I mean, there's very few votes here, only 467. But you're right. This is I haven't followed these candidates, but Mondaire Jones is looking to pick up the working families uh, fusion ticket here. Okay, trying to keep track of the races and the comments. It's easy to get things mixed up. Where was I? State conventions are a bit silly. Andrew Romanoff won the Colorado Senate primary. That name, I remember that name. Couldn't have been able to tell you exactly what he did, but I remember the name. Uh, okay, only won that county. I don't want to botch some of these names. Yeah, Hickenlooper after Texas, Utah, Alaska, or could trend Democrat long term. Yeah, and new trends can emerge long term as well. That's a possibility. I mean, I don't know how many people were thinking, 20 years ago, if they predicted these trends now. 20 years ago, people would say, no, Texas, that's going to be blue. I didn't hear a lot of people saying, no, Florida's going to go red, and the Rust Belt is just going to go really hard toward the right and be competitive. So predictions, they're some of them are right, but a lot of them are wrong. Oh, did we get up to 80 viewers? That's pretty good stuff. And now it's crashed down to 34. Well, when did we hit 80? I'll have to take a look at that later on. But yeah, maybe the night's winded down for people. Although last week it seemed like it stayed with 30 people pretty late. Yeah, hopefully we pick up some new viewers or new fans. So a couple of races outstanding here. But Celeste Malloy is in trouble. I mean, this is not a good look for her. She just got in there. She doesn't strike me as that strong of a candidate from what I've seen of her, when I see her speak or at debates. But I mean, hey, who cares what I think? Maybe this is what people want. I'm not familiar with Colby Jenkins, though. It's getting a little bit more narrow here for the governor. It's under a 20-point margin now. And so far, Curtis winning all the counties except Washington. Bush plus 23 and Ford, Trump plus 5. We talking about Texas? Republicans there. They govern like they're in Alabama, Tennessee, not a plus 5 state. Well, I mean, I guess that's up for debate on what they should do. I mean, if you have a narrow majority, I mean, maybe that state still should go and do what the national Democrats or Republicans would do if you have a narrow margin. I mean, I get it. Usually, you would expect a narrow margin to kind of govern a little bit more moderate, but maybe, maybe a party just barely takes the lead, and no, they go, hey, we've got the majority. We're gonna get stuff done. They wouldn't have to get everything done, but they should at least be able to get a lot of their party priorities done. Well, Celeste, Hamburger Rabbit, by the way, you just jumping into this, but she has the Trump endorsement, so take that for what you will. But she lost the nomination at the state convention, so it would seem like she's probably a little bit not Trump enough, a little bit more moderate than you might expect. But she did have the endorsement. But I don't think she was. I don't think she was never Trump. That might have been that other the Democrat who ran against Malloy in that special election. Or no, I think actually that might have been a never Trump Republican. It's hard to figure this thing out. Usually now, most of the time, Republicans are in favor of Trump in most races going forward. There was a time where some of them weren't, but now that Trump is the nominee, you're pretty much going to get Republican candidates saying they at least kind of support Trump. Probably an exception or two out there. Uh, and if we're talking about Bush back in Texas, I mean, he was the governor there. I mean, that was his home state. He was going to definitely carry that. It's who knows what the margin would be if it was a different Republican in Texas in 2000 and 2004. But yeah, I think there were predictions. I'm sure if you go back and look 20 years ago, a lot of the predictions were Texas would be blue by 2020 or 24. I'm sure there was plenty of that, but that's only if nothing changes. And a lot of times things change. Unlike West Virginia, Republicans in UT and Nebraska are more establishment resists Trump-backed people like in Nebraska Governor 22. That's Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Charles Herbster, I think, was the guy who got the endorsement in Nebraska. Now, I think that was a three-way race, though, so I don't know what would have happened if it was a two-way race. But yeah, there's some states like more establishment candidates. That's for sure. Republicans in Texas swapping their support in Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Austin suburbs for the Rio Grande. It's definitely in terms of population, there's going to be less, but they might look at it in terms of they were already losing that support anyway, and what they're gaining in the Rio Grande Valley is that's just pure gravy. They were not expecting any of it, and then they'd be potentially in danger. But if they're going to gain something back, it's better than nothing. But the suburbs are definitely going to be key to take a look at. I mean, the party in power does have low approvals, but then again, Trump has low approvals, but he's not in power. It's going to be a lot of craziness on election day. Um, okay, you think they can win Cuellar's seat eventually? Probably. I mean, Cuellar is he's has baggage, but he's fairly conservative for being a Democrat. And Gonzalez, Tony, in that runoff that he barely held on to, I did not expect that. So what are we waiting on here? Let's make the rounds real quick. We've got still got Latimer with a 10 to 11, 12-point lead. Calvarese over McCorkle still. And this race here in the fifth, very close. Oh, Vicente. Yeah, I was thinking Tony, who just won that primary, but Vicente, who's in that Brownsburg district down there, that is that seemed to get too blue. I didn't think it was going to flip, and it didn't flip. But I suppose he could be in danger. Of course, if there's movement there, that's a possibility. I don't I don't recall a lot of people saying South Texas was going to go sharp toward the right in 20. I don't maybe it happened and I just missed it. But that kind of surprised a lot of people that there was that much movement. There's not a ton of population, but that was one bright spot for the Republicans. So most of the races have been called as we're up to we've hit 4 hours in the stream. If you've been here for the whole 4 hours, congratulations. Hey, we'll sit on here at least just for a little bit longer to see if anything happens here. We've got 30 people in here and a couple of races outstanding, but it wasn't really ultimately that much drama in Utah. I, it's kind of what I expected. Maybe in another 2 or 3 weeks, things could have changed if Trump really propped up his endorsed candidates and endorsed if he endorsed Phil Lyman, maybe had them show up at some rallies. That could have maybe narrowed the race. I just think the incumbents, Cox and John Curtis, just had their name ID was just much higher. Now it's true that the Trump brand is less effective in this state. So who's to really say what would have happened? Final presidential margins in South Carolina and UT. Well, I would the exact number. It'd be too hard to guess at this point, but South Carolina, probably 14 to 16, maybe. That's what I'm coming up with off the top of my head. In Utah, I don't know. I would say I'd have to double check what it was actually in 20. But and again, it depends on the number of candidates on the ballot. But I would think it should be over 20, if not way over 20 for Trump in the Beehive state. But again, we'll have to see what final ballots there, the ballot access there are for Kennedy as well as anybody else. Will Omar lose in the fifth? I, I would say no, but we'll see if anything transpires there as it gets closer. I mean, yeah, Samuels he made it very interesting last time, and I don't know if he was expected to really make it that interesting. So I'm not sure. I think Omar was more kind of controversial 2 years ago as opposed to now, but I could be wrong. Maybe she goes down, but I'm gonna say as of right now, I would say no if I had to pick. Did Celeste defeat her opponent? Not yet, but it looks like she's got a 5 point lead. Uh, yeah, I mean, but it all depends. I mean, even if he did his best, it all depends on the. I mean, the margin really. I'm gonna pull it up real quick to get the exact margin. So it was about 20 to 21 for Trump, and I would guess it would be more than that this time. But again, it depends on how many candidates are on the ballot. But it could be, like I was saying, it could be way over that. I mean, Biden isn't, even though Trump is not the right brand, Biden is unpopular. Yeah, I mean, a lot of movement into that state. It's not, it's, a lot of, usually a lot of people do tend to flock into redder states for various reasons. John Curtis winning the Republican Senate primary over Trump-backed candidate in Colorado. Jeff Crank defeated Trump-backed candidate. Yeah, that's true. Trump taking some losses on his endorsements here. He had Gabe Williams in Colorado's eighth. Gabe Williams, I believe. Let's confirm that. Oh, Gabe Evans. Sorry, getting getting my last names confused here. But Gabe Evans, that's the guy Trump endorsed. Dave Williams. I've crossed Dave and Gabe. But yeah, at least Trump. I guess Trump is putting endorsements out. I don't know. I don't really hear Biden endorsements. I guess when you're not popular and in power, you don't really want to endorse if you're gonna take an L on that. But I mean, I always find it frustrating when candidates only endorse if they think they're gonna win or if it's gonna be competitive. Just endorse. I mean, who cares if you lose? You endorsed. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Okay, one of the richest states nowadays. South Carolina, Sherry Biggs defeated. Yep, that's true. We covered that weird map. In 2040, if TXUT and AK flip, but MNMIMA, WI flip to the GOP. Yeah, I mean, people have asked me to do videos about, you know, in the future, and I mean, I could come up with anything. I could say in 20 or 30 years, yeah, it's going to be a red West Coast and a red East Coast, the Northeast, New York, and the Sun Belt's going to be all blue. Texas, Illinois is going to go back red. I mean, I've seen some of this stuff over the years, but it's kind of far fetched to project out so far. There's just so much range. Will Trump run in 28 if he loses? I would say no. He'd be 4 years older, and I don't think he would do that. Sanders still endorses a lot. Yeah, I mean, I have seen some, but even it just endorse every single race. And yeah, maybe you take a lot of losses. Doesn't matter. It's kind of cheap to only endorse in a race you're gonna win, or if in a high stakes competitive race. I don't think less of the person if their endorsement loses. I That to me just does not matter. I mean, if Biden came out here and endorsed and they lost, I don't care. Why would I think less of him for that, for an endorsement losing? I mean, I get it's a little embarrassing, a little bit. You thought Trump's endorsements were strong after watching McGuire defeat Bob Good. Yeah, that's true. You got to give him that. But after today, you think Trump is losing grip on the party? Well, I mean, it sounds like you might be looking at what's happened most recently, and you might have to maybe look at the bigger picture, look at a compilation of his endorsements. Um, but it's one thing to endorse, it's another thing to see how much effort and backing he's getting from Trump as well as the rest of the party. But you can't win every endorsement. Uh, Probably the last Senate term for Bernie and maybe Grassley. I mean, that's not a bad prediction. They're getting up there. Grassley filed to run. Yeah, I think I saw that he did file. These guys always file. Doesn't really mean anything, but yeah, that at least tells you he's not for sure gonna retire. But you'd hate to see somebody just die in office in their 90s. Sanders took L's in Rhode Island 1 and Ohio special 11 specials. Okay. Yeah, not a big deal. I mean, the point of the endorsement, I would think, is at least to show who you align with ideology, as far as ideology or philosophically, but it's also to maybe prop them up a little bit. But I don't think it's staking your whole reputation on an endorsement. People saying Bob bad. Okay. Feinstein dying in office was said. Yeah, that was said, but before that, I mean, she looked pretty bad in a lot of these committee meetings, and then there was weird like discussion around if you're allowed to talk about that or whatever. That part, that's a whole different issue. But she was old and she looked old. I wonder how Dan Newhouse, he did vote to impeach Trump, but now endorses him. That's a lot of that's what I say. A lot of people come back around and they say, hey, they're going to support Trump anyway. Just like with Biden, a lot of people might say they don't want him, but they're going to come back anyway. Um, but yeah, Newhouse should probably be safe. If he was safe last time, after Trump endorsed his opponent, I believe, and Newhouse won. One time in 1800s, African American ran for president, had a 100-year-old man as a running mate. That I'm unaware of. That's a fun fact. Go look that up if you want to find out more about that. That's something. That's pretty wild. Valdeo could be the only one of the impeachment 10 left in the House. Yeah, I would think Newhouse is going to stick around, but yeah, that top two primary there in Washington, that is what it is. I'm not sure what kind of competition he even has this time around. Your county was the only one supporting Stags. Washington County, huh? Down in the Southwest. So far. Well, hey, nice to have some representation in the chat from Southwest Utah. Not many getting to 100. They're not doing that now. I mean, Strom Thurmond was in office at 100. Valdeo is in Biden plus 20. That sounds like it might be too much. 20. I would not think it's plus 20. But I could be wrong. There's so many districts in California. It's really hard to remember all of them, or even most of them. Say, George, Sounds good. Well, hey, I appreciate you stopping by for the stream anyway. Hope you still enjoyed it. That county supported Lyman for governor. And you're also in the Celeste Malloy district, so you're supporting Colby Jenkins. Grassley could plausibly stay in the Senate to 101 or retire in 34. I mean, it's all plausible and theoretical and technical, but I was surprised he ran last time. I was a little surprised he ran in 16, but I was pretty surprised he actually. I mean, he could step down. That's the thing. If he steps down for whatever reason, health reasons, or he was looking for some retirement, I'll understand that. I would not be surprised. Last of these silent generation senators. Yep, could be. Um, Not sure what the cutoff is on those generations. It could technically be. It could be greatest generation as far as if him being born in 33. But either way, I know what you're saying. Uh, Sanders will endorse Becca Balint to succeed him. That does not seem unreasonable. She's in the House. Okay. Smoked Molly Gray in 22. Thought it was going to be down to the wire because my county was down to the wire, but I'll give Curtis a chance. It's going to be much harder to take out Curtis once he's the incumbent and 6 years later. 6 years. That's going to be way after Trump. I mean, he could still have an impact, but I don't know how much effort Trump put into Staggs. He gave him the early endorsement, but I don't know how much he really went all out on Staggs. Grassley has been in Congress since '58. That does not sound right. He got in '81 in the Senate, and then before that he had some House time, but and then I think he might have done some other Iowa stuff. But okay. So then prior to 27, that's going to be the greatest then. Now that I think we've got that figured out. Grassley probably gonna be the next Senate leader for the Republicans. Is that? I thought it was gonna be Cornyn. Shocked maybe Malloy is losing because Malloy got 60% of the vote in 23 in that special election. Okay. Uh, yeah, what does everybody think about the representatives? That's up to you to decide. John Thune will replace McConnell. This is all unofficial, I'm assuming. Uh, I wonder if what McConnell's really even gonna do. Cornyn seat could be vulnerable. Yeah, theoretically, if Trump's in and he's very unpopular and Dems get a good candidate, Cornyn could become vulnerable, but he's definitely more popular than Cruz. Grassley wasn't even born during World War II. He was born during the early Great Depression. Yep, I know Grassley. It's fun to talk about Grassley because yeah, he's been in there so long, and he's the oldest guy. But I mean, there's other people that have been in there a long time as well. Chris Smith in New Jersey, he's been in the house since the early '80s, and he's fairly young considering how long he's been in there. He could uh, he could break some records at some point if he stays in there. Ed Markey's been in the in Congress for forever as well. Uh I know he's only slightly younger than Feinstein, but he definitely seems more there mentally. McConnell probably endorses 23 Kentucky governor nominee to succeed him. Yeah, Daniel Cameron, that seems perfectly reasonable, but you could have Thomas Massey. That's a possibility. All right. You think Lori Chavez de Reamer will lose? She's a Republican representing the outskirts of heavily liberal Portland. Recently endorsed Trump. Yeah, she pulled that one out over Jamie McLeod Skinner. I think that was the race. And now that McLeod Skinner went down in the primary, she's that's a competitive seat, but now she's the incumbent. I don't know how much just her endorsing Trump matters, just generically, but that's going to be one of the competitive races. Just like Marie Gluesenkamp Perez in Washington. Hoyer has been in the House for a long time. Yeah, a lot of these people have, but Markey is really getting way up there in congressional years. And Chris Smith, he got in very young. So, Chris Smith, if you're looking for somebody to maybe break a record, Chris Smith would be the guy to bet on. Schumer's been in there a long time as well. And McConnell, yeah, a lot of long timers. I'm curious to see how many votes Washington County gives in November because this county has exploded in population. All right. These results they have slowed down a lot. Mike Kennedy is in the lead. Didn't it have Byrd in the lead at one point? I thought that was happening a little while ago. Markey, 1976. Yeah, it might be right. I can't recall off the top of my head. And we just had Patrick Leahy in Vermont retire from the Senate not that long ago. He was in there since the early 70s, or maybe it was 74. It might be 74, but that's a long time. He could have probably broken that record because he got in there so young, but he decided to retire. Lots of geezers, that's true. Uh, Dems got lucky. Yeah, Jamie McLeod Skinner lost in Oregon. Yeah, they did not want her in there. The establishment on either side, they're gonna. A lot of times they get their way. Does Kentucky need two libertarian senators? Uh, they might. Do we think Shree or Talib are in any danger in Michigan? Only in the primary, I assume we're talking about. If it's in the primary, then I'm not sure how much danger they're actually in, if any. But yeah, Shree, that was kind of a surprise win for him in that primary last time. Does Meyer have any chance of Being the GOP nominee. I is he even still running? I got to get an update on what's going on in Michigan there, but I wasn't even sure if he's actually still running. Yeah, yeah, Peter Meyer. That was an interesting race against John Gibbs. Of course, Gibbs won and then lost in the general election. I believe that was the Hillary Scholten race. Marky or Warren probably replaced by Presley or Joe Kennedy the third. Well, Kennedy already ran and lost, but Presley, that's going to be interesting. Leahy was a Watergate baby. That yeah, that's crazy. All the way back then, young guy at the time. Meyer did the same thing as Newhouse, voting to impeach Trump, now endorsing him. That flip flop ruins his chance of winning the election. I mean, it might, but it also might not just be. It might not be a big deal. Ignore me, Meyer. Okay, so I thought Meyer dropped, and that I'm gonna say that confirms it. And at this point, I'm gonna take a 1 minute break. So this is your time to grab something to eat or go to the bathroom or whatever you've got to do. Right, so we're back here, and looks like the stream has not gone down the entire time. We're at about 4.5 hours, and there's still a little bit outstanding here. We can see if there's any updates. Anything we haven't really covered here. This Colorado 5th here for the Dems is still pretty close. It's not yet called. There's some other action here in the New York General Assembly, the State Assembly. Can't go over all that. Curtis is the nominee here in Utah. He defeats Staggs, and it wasn't really that close. Still some vote outstanding. And for Governor Spencer Cox, the incumbent is the nominee. He's got about a 20-point or so advantage. And Attorney General, if you're into that race, Derek Brown is the nominee. So we're waiting on a couple of districts here. The other House districts, not really competitive. The incumbents win. Blake Moore, Burgess Owens, he's uncontested. But Celeste Malloy clinging here to about a 3.5 point lead. And it's called now for Mike Kennedy in the 3rd Congressional District to replace John Curtis. Mike Kennedy, he's going to be the nominee with only 36% of the vote. and still got 28% outstanding, but Kennedy is the nominee, at least according to the Associated Press. Uh, Fred Upton also tried to run again, but Trump backed his challenger and he pulled out. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, Upton was in there a long time anyway. Uh, John Katko, too. Yeah, these are some names that were pretty big a couple of years ago. Do we think Susan Collins will retire? I thought she filed, which again doesn't mean a whole lot, but she's been in there a while. She's getting up there in terms of Senate years, and she's now in her 70s. I would expect if I had to pick, I'd say she's going to run again, but I'm not going to be surprised if she doesn't. Jared Golden would probably win that seat. That's true that Golden is the guy to bet on. Um, It'd be interesting to see what kind of primary action he would get. Let's see what the any news updates. Five takeaways from Bowman's loss. So we need five. APAC notched its first big win. The defeat spells trouble for the squad and the left. The contest revealed racial, class, and generational splits. Local relationships made a difference, and a fire alarm haunted the race. I mentioned that a couple of times. I don't know how much that actually mattered. So Latimer was saying Bowman is more interested in social media stardom than serious work. All right, and we've got Governor Kathy Hochul, a moderate Democrat. Some people might disagree with that, but she is pretty establishment. Congratulating the winners, two of the biggest Democratic names in New York, Hakeem Jeffries and Letitia James, rally to help Stephanie Zinerman, moderate Brooklyn Assemblywoman in her contest. All right. State Senator John Mannion won the Democratic primary to take on Brandon Williams. Spencer Cox holds off a challenger from the right. John Curtis, a moderate House Republican, wins Utah's primary. Jeff Crank, political consultant and conservative commentator, defeated Dave Williams, a Trump-endorsed chairman of Colorado's Republican Party. And Jeff Hurd, a Republican who challenged Lauren Boebert before she moved to a more conservative district, has won the Republican primary seat for her old district. Hurd will now face the nominee from 22, Adam Frisch. Jamal Bowman ain't going nowhere, he tells a crowd. Okay. All right. Let's see. We've got recently found out you have grown out of your peach allergy. Now you realized how much you missed out on them. That's hilarious. I did not know that. I haven't really heard about peach allergies, and I've heard even less about growing out of them. But if you're getting back into that fuzzy fruit, I'm happy for you. Jared Golden is popular in Maine too. Very conservative Democrat, but his recent gun stance might damage his campaign. Yeah, there was a big shooting there. I don't know how much that's going to matter for the upcoming election. Maybe it matters a ton. I don't know. Collins would lose on a primary to LePage or Poliquin or Dale Crass. Poliquin seems like he's kind of over with, and LePage too. LePage is kind of old, and LePage also took the loss. And I would think they need somebody new instead of just cycling through these other guys. A lot of people in northern Maine felt betrayed when Golden changed his mind on the Second Amendment. See, okay, that could matter. It's funny how much coverage Bowman losing gets, but nothing about Summer Lee winning 60% in Pennsylvania, 12. Yeah, that's that goes to show what gets more coverage. Bowman just got lucky. Old New York 16 was much more Bronx, and Angle was asleep at the wheel. I hate it when they're asleep at the wheel. Uh, I think Collins will run one more term, then retire in 32. If she wins, which I think depends on who wins this November. Yeah, that's not unreasonable, but back in 20, it looked like Collins was going to lose. All the polling showed her going down. And I would have had to say she's going to go down too, because that's what everybody was saying. But she ended up winning it pretty comfortably. But that was some terrible polling in Maine. I think Collins will not win the primary unless she bends the knee to Trump. Okay. Collins has always kind of straddled the line. I would think better than Murkowski. Uh, Impeachment conviction vote was a lot hard for Trump to forgive. Brandon, I think Trump can kind of turn his on a dime for his support. If somebody comes back and decides to support him that was against him and he thinks they're sincere, I think he could come around and he's not completely done with them. Brandon Williams is really unpopular. Is that right? Due to how aggressive he is to his staff and constituents. He also voted endorsed Trump and is heavily Democratic. Well, he did get a little bit more blue, that's for sure. I haven't heard about him being aggressive towards his staff and constituents. That would be a problem. I That's something to take a look at. Bowman, right, might run for mayor. Oof. I suppose that's something he could do, or for his old seat in 26, or governor. Yeah, there's plenty of options. Um, Maybe Alito or Roberts. I'm not sure. Run for them. Don't get that part, but the Senate is 50-50 this year. Even after this year, probably that would be the worst case scenario for the Republicans, I would say. That's what the last prediction I had, actually. 50-50. They should at least come out with a tie, but they got to do better than that if they want to actually exercise some sort of power. Remember, the ticket split ticketing is going down. Yeah, generally, these kinds of trends are always easy to look at in retrospect, but before the next election, who knows how much they're really going to predict what's going to happen. I think Collins has some hidden vote out there. She certainly seemed to, according to the polling last time. Uh, Dems want to set a majority in 26. They need Collins to lose. Yeah, they should theoretically be competitive, if not flip that seat. It's Maine. It's kind of blue, but not overwhelming. They've got Angus King, who's an independent, but I'm not sure how independent he really is. He kind of just seems like he would just be a Democrat, but maybe doesn't want to affiliate with them. So this is kind of the last race here in Utah. We've got the 2nd Congressional District. That's pretty much it. Also, Colorado's 5th for the Democrats. So there's not a whole lot left here. I mean, at some point, we're going to have to wind this stream down. That's going to make sense. It's getting a little late. Most of the races have been called, but we're coming up on a 5-hour stream in about 20 minutes. I think I've done a pretty good job here calling all the races, keeping up with the comments, trying to answer the questions the best I can. Most of them I'm able to answer, a couple of them. I'm not sure what they're about. What do you think? Who do you think would be more conservative center, Mike Castle or Larry Hogan? Probably Hogan, but because Castle, he's been out of office, he hasn't really been in the spotlight and have had to answer for the current political climate like Larry Hogan has, and Larry Hogan's not coming out and really going against Trump a ton here in this race from what I've seen. He's not embracing him a ton, but that'd be my guess. Uh, Look at Castle on Vote View. Today doesn't seem to be a good night for Trump endorsed candidates. Yeah, that's correct. So maybe we'll get a call here. Maybe the vote is too close and they have to wait for some more mail in ballots or something. Nothing in here, though, in Wayne County. That could be an X factor. Could be a lot of Jenkins vote here. But yeah, if it wasn't for Washington County, Malloy would be ahead by a bunch more because Jenkins is running it up there with some decent population. So far, or the far left, but Mondare Jones probably wins a seat. Kyle Kalinske voted for Jones in 2020. All right, parentheses, secular talk. Gotcha. Yeah, makes you wonder why. All a bad night because Bowman lost, but Jones is pretty popular with the left. Taurus and AOC, we're not even close to losing. It's the way the old media covers it. Secular talk is a good channel. I mean, I've seen some of a variety of these channels, but what can I say? I don't want to comment too much about different channels because I mean they're doing their own thing, and a lot of these channels are usually fairly partisan, but and they're obviously much bigger than this channel. But of course, almost every channel is going to have some good stuff. Um, but if you're on this channel, that's impressive that you found a smaller, possibly obscure channel that covers all the action. Castle, when he left, he was considered the most liberal Republican in the House, but did have a 59% conservative rating and a 41 liberal rating, which is better than Collins and Murkowski. Could that could that change though? Could they be rating it differently today for Castle back then? This channel could be the next LTE. LT is a good guy, bit too partisan. I've seen a little bit of some of these channels. That's for everybody else to decide how they want to describe them. But yeah, I would understand him to be more supportive of candidates that are Democrats. I assume these people are doing streams themselves right now as well. But maybe not. Maybe they're done. Who knows? Yeah, Utah has to have one of the oddest types of Republicans there are. I feel like the Republicans in Utah are more liberal compared to the GOP in other states. That's one way to put it. I guess they just, there's a lot of Mormons and different beliefs go into that type of influence, and they're just closer to the establishment, I guess. Uh, Whatever Trump's brand is of populism and an outsider and sticking it to the system, it's just not resonating that much culturally in that state. That could change down the road, but so far, they just seem to be not that affected by that type of messaging. Uh, LTE could be a bit more objective. Maybe it's because of how religious Utah is. Okay, I was just touching on that. Um, Based on LTE video titles, he has a lot of cope. Don't get me started on Red Eagle. It's very urban and suburban, but religious. I do wonder if there's a lot of criticisms of other channels, but is everybody watching these other channels, or they used to, or they watch a little bit? Um, I mean, you don't have to love a channel to watch it. I completely would understand that, but I just don't know how frequent other channels are viewed. I guess I'll say. Get back to say the fact the squad lost a member in Jabal Bowman. Blow to their reputation. Seems like they're losing their identity as torn on the Israel Gaza issue. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I don't know how much it's a blow to the overall reputation. Uh, if they lost a member, yeah, that's a big hit. But I don't know how much lasting impact that's going to be for the rest of them. Uh, okay, LDS population is declining a bit. I guess. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that's probable. Did a lecture channel inspire you? Not exactly. I think again, I started off covering redistricting, and I think I could not find that being covered by other channels. So the lack of it being covered kind of was a factor for getting this thing off the ground. Yeah, well, religion in general, it's kind of declining. So this one and Stellar Spark, I do remember seeing some Stellar Spark at some point back in the day. It depends what you want. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not going to get a ton of great graphics here. Maybe someday if there's a lot of disposable funding for some kind of graphical upgrades, but it does depend on what you want. I try to present what I think both sides want to hear, or what they're at least the general argument is on different sides. But of course, on some specific issues, again, once in a while, some issues come up. I've got some opinions on some stuff. Some stuff I don't care about, or I have my own totally off the wall opinion on. But Mormons are 60%. That's relevant. If that's what it is, that is relevant. It is interesting. LDS population definitely declining. And remember, from Texas and the churches comes growth comes from everywhere but Utah. Okay, Davis, Utah, SLC, all trending Dem. I mean, but it's to what extent, right? I mean, look at Philadelphia. That trended red, but does it matter? It was only a little bit, and the margin is so blue. How much does the trending really matter? Or the shifting, however you want to put it. Yeah, that is technically an unfair map. That's true. Although before they redid this map, it was very close still in a lot of those races with Ben McAdams, I believe. Used to watch a lot of LTE. Don't bother with Red Eagle since the other people gave the impression he is far right. Oh, the other channels gave that impression. I mean, there could still be some good stuff on there on occasion. I don't. Yeah, if you don't agree with anything ever he has to say, I guess there's no point in checking it out. But maybe you agree with some of it. Check it out once in a while. I don't know. I don't know how many other channels other people watch. Maybe they put up 7, 8 channels. Uh, Plenty of people probably have never even heard of this channel still. If we're still sitting here under 4,000 subs. Uh, Odessa Kelly. If they didn't crack Tennessee, yeah, that map. That's not a good one. That was one of the most unfair ones with all those districts. When I quit a channel, I usually don't truly quit. You check it every few months. Does that mean you don't even look at what they're putting out? There's a difference between, yeah, you check out what they're putting out, but you don't actually watch it. And then there's actually watching it. You watch secular talk, but Red Eagle for balance. Now, that's not a bad idea to get some perspective on the different sides. Um, and maybe you actually agree with one side or the other on 10 or 20%, but you agree with the other side on 50 or 60%. It's kind of like a buffet. You don't have to watch somebody and agree with everything they say, or even you don't even have to agree with half of what they say. Okay, you got Florida right in 20. Way too dark MAGA. Your channel's great. Being objective and not partisan. Nobody's perfect, but you're good. I mean, that's generally what I try to do. Just when you're covering elections, there's no need to be partisan when you're just covering the results. That's easy to be unbiased. Now, sometimes some topics, it's inevitable that politics comes up and you have to comment on some other things. And I mean, I can't be a complete robot. Sometimes I do have some views. I don't know if it all evens out. Who knows? Um, the open primary thing there did. I tried looking that up, and that was confusing. Certain states tonight, and certain parties have it semi-open. It was really confusing. I couldn't even be completely confident as to which ones were open, semi-open, and closed. The whole redistricting debate. That's all about. It is all about power. I've commented a lot on redistricting, And it really gets dicey a lot of times because I tend to focus on the partisan aspect and not the racial aspect. If you've seen my videos there, I'm heavily on the uh, the political party's strength, but a lot of that gets set on the back burner in terms of the racial aspect. And that part, I get it, but I'm not. That's not how I view the solution. Um, Best Dems can hope for a winnable House seat. At this point, yeah, that's going to be rough, but maybe next cycle they might pack it and give Dems a vote sink. Yeah, that would be if they have to. That's what they would do. They would get one blue district there. If they might gain a seat, it could go up to five districts, and then one real blue one, and then four real red ones. Um, Michael Brooks, he passed away. Yeah, I'm not overly familiar with him. I've heard a little bit. You like the channel? No spin, no clickbait titles, no smugness. Um, and maybe that that might be true. Maybe, but it might be why this channel has not exploded to 10,000 subscribers. So maybe it's good, but maybe it's also holding me back. Maybe I should go total clickbait and really get super smug if it would help the channel. Uh, YouTube makes it impossible to discover smaller channels unless you get recommended. I would think at this point, with over 950 videos, I would come up a little bit more often than nothing. The vote here is kind of stalled out here in the second district, as we're at about a 5 hour stream in a minute or two. So we've hit the 5 hours, which means we're probably going to be winding it down pretty soon here as I finish up some of these comments. If they strike down the Tennessee map, probably get Justice Dem winning the Nashville seat. Okay. I can't even think of who some of the current office holders are at some of these districts. Check in on a channel, usually watch some videos, 3 to 5, okay. Red is Armenian American. Experience of family growing up in the USSR probably impacts his politics, while many Chinese Americans and Vietnamese are GOP. Okay, I guess that's relevant information. Was not aware of that. Uh, Whether you are opinionated doesn't feel forced upon something like I'm right, you are wrong. Well, yeah, that's. I try not to do that. I mean, sometimes there's going to be opinions. It's happened occasionally where somebody just has a completely different take, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to realize that that's what it is, and you move on. I mean, a lot of people are not looking to be persuaded, but there's a lot of gray area out there on what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. Queens is trending rightward because of Chinese Americans getting better for Trump. All right. Do you expect Dave Williams losing so badly in Colorado Springs? No, I did not expect that. Although I didn't have a lot of insight on that race, but I did not expect that. Polis actually won Colorado Springs in 22. I would have to pull that up, but I believe it. Colorado is going to vote left of IL this year. You know, I don't know about that. I mean, I do those videos on which way the states are going to trend, and one thing I've been mentioning is just The party in power has low popularity, and that to me signals that most states could move at least slightly toward the right. So if Colorado and Illinois both moved a little bit toward the right, maybe it's only half a point. I wouldn't be too shocked, but Colorado going even further left, oof. Hey, it's possible. UT and TN gerrymandering was brutal. Yeah, those are not, those are unfair maps. Technically, yeah. Not a lot of seats, but yeah. Yeah, I've reviewed all the maps. I tend to think there's a lot of under the radar ones. Um, there's more Republican states that have an advantage, but the bigger states have the more of a seat advantage for the Democrats. I've done all the maps. I think Illinois is the worst map. I think California, even though they had an independent commission, just based on the partisan vote of the state, technically, I think the Democrats are coming out with several extra seats. Um, but the geography, that's always going to be a little bit of a factor. You could go on and on about it. I've kind of burnt out on the gerrymandering and the redistricting, but uh, secular talk regularly did better than CNN until algorithm got changed. Okay, I'm sure he's doing all right, but that sucks if they changed it and in favor of mainstream big networks. I'll try to write in 20. Okay, moving to Atlanta, Colorado. No good trends. Yeah, it's been a wipeout for the GOP in Colorado, but sometimes the trends reverse. I mean, we're all going to be in for some surprises here on election day. Most likely. Most likely there's going to be stuff we didn't see coming. For Florida maps will be worse because of trends. Maybe. I mean, after that 22 red wave there, it could go back a little bit toward the left. That would not be surprising. It's a possibility GOP could maybe gain some ground with southern black rural voters since they tend to be more conservative than urban counterparts. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable um, thought. I think that seems there are some of those rural counties there that have a lot of black voters, and most of the focus around black voters tends to be centered around in the cities. But there are some rural counties there, and that's something that it's worth taking a look at. I could see that. I could see it. It's going to be tough. There's a lot of predictions about how much uh, how much of the black vote Trump can win, and I everybody has this prediction that it's going to be 20, 25% or no chance. It's going to have to be 10% or less. It's going to be whatever it's going to be, and um, it seems like it's at least going to go a couple of points toward Trump, but I'm not sure how much exactly. But with Scott as VP, yeah, it looks like Scott kind of sank. He was my choice for who I would guess Trump would pick for running mate, but looks like he Doug Burgum is kind of the favorite now. Yeah, that's why it seemed like yeah Scott was going to be the guy. But if you go to the prediction market, which we took a look at a long time ago, um, here it is. We've got Burgum at 42. Tim Scott's all the way down at 6 cents. He could still be picked for sure, but looks like he's not going to be expected anymore if he's chosen. Georgia 2 is long-standing blue dog. Sanford Bishop in the district is trending right. GOP cast more votes. Okay, the primaries, yeah, primaries again. I don't know how much weight you want to put on that. You're in Utah. Well, hey, thanks for tapping into the stream here. Hope you're enjoying your results in the Beehive State. Will that many AAs vote for Trump just because Scott is on the ballot? Uh, Probably not as many as Trump would like, but probably more than nothing. John James was going to win because the black man from Detroit. Uh, everybody's been wrong about everything. Remember back in 16, Trump's rhetoric about immigration? It was supposed to be so toxic. Hispanic voters would never, they're going to vote 90% against him. There's no chance. And they didn't. Just so much of the conventional wisdom just, it just doesn't pan out. Polls, yeah, take them with a grain of salt, but still take a look at them. Burgum is Chat GPT VP. Yeah, apparently Trump sees something in him. He's got some kind of assets. Uh, Tudor Dixon tanked. Michigan Republicans and James still won. Okay. James was overrated by Red Eagle. Dixon was awful, and they could have had James Craig and lost by 5. John James outperformed Trump, so that's a good performance in a blue state. James, yeah, back-to-back Senate runs there. And back-to-back losses seems pretty disappointing, kind of like Stacey Abrams. Back-to-back governor's races, although they were 4 years apart. She might run again. Arizona tried to sharply Dem in 16, and they won every Senate race since. Probably get AZ House for the first time. Yeah, there's something to take a look at there. The races here, though, in Utah have kind of dried up as far as vote coming in. Okay. So I think we might be to the point where we're going to be winding this down because I don't think anything else is coming in. And we've been going 5 hours. A lot of good conversation here. Again, I don't know when the next stream would be. The schedule is here. It could be, I don't know if something would happen around the convention. I don't know if it would happen in late July or early August. You never know what's going to happen in a month. We can never predict that really in our own. We've all got lives going on. We don't know what's going to happen. But we've got the big thing here is Jamal Bowman going down in New York to George Latimer. Everything else I'll probably cover in a quick recap video for tomorrow. That's got to get that, try to squeeze that in after a stream at some point. And in Colorado, still some outstanding races here. Tricia Calvarese is leading Ike McCorkle to take on Lauren Boebert. Waiting on results still. But looks like Calvarese is in the lead. And the 5th, this is very close. Joe Reagan, River Gasson. One of them is going to face Jeff Crank, who is favored to win in November. And also in South Carolina, we can't forget that Sherry Biggs has defeated Mark Burns. A lot of Trump candidates, Trump endorsed candidates going down tonight. And in Utah, the Senate, John Curtis defeats Trent Staggs. He's at about 52 to 28 and a half. Curtis going to be heavily favored to replace Mitt Romney in November. And for governor, Spencer Cox, pretty good lead here over challenger Phil Lyman. And in the U.S. House, we've got the incumbents holding on here in the first. Easy contest for Blake Moore. Burgess Owens in the fourth, uncontested. And in the the third, we've got Mike Kennedy with only 36% has been declared the winner. Last race is, we also got Attorney General here, Derek Brown, the winner for the Republicans. And the last race is the 2nd district here in Utah. Celeste Malloy, the incumbent, who she recently won a special election herself. She is getting a challenge here from Colby Jenkins, and Malloy is ahead by under 3 points. Or under 4 points, actually. Let's get that right. Okay. So any last comments here? Okay, Colorado 4 elect somebody from a foreign district to represent them. That would be Bobert. Yeah, looks like it. That name ID, that's valuable. Money decides primaries. Okay. Ski towns that hate her. Aspen. Yeah, I could see that. Bobert, a carpetbagger. Yeah, even though they still might like her brand, even though she just kind of moved over from a neighboring district. Trump +7 on the new map. Pitkin County and San Miguel, rich ski towns that are Dem fortresses. Is the New York State legislature results good for the moderate Dems or bad for the progressives? Well, there was a little bit of a news story about that earlier. Two of the biggest Dems, Hakeem Jeffries and Letitia James, rallied to support a moderate Brooklyn assemblywoman, and with 97% of the vote in, she claimed victory. The rest of those results, I had them up here, but here it is. The assembly races, they're right here. This is pretty down ballot stuff, so it's not something I'm really covering much, but they're here for your viewing pleasure. So that is that, and then again Utah in the second. That's the last race really outside of Colorado's 5th for the Democrats. So I think we're going to be pretty much winding it down here. We did another 5-hour, 15-minute stream. And seems like it was a success. Down to 17 people. It's pretty much cooling off in here. So probably going to wind it down and call it a night. And hopefully I covered everything adequately. Had some good conversation. Solid stream. But before you take off, remember to like, share, and subscribe. That's key if you enjoy this channel. Any support you can do in any way is going to be helpful. Got some good videos up. Put up a video today about the debate. A little bit of a preview. Threw something together for that. Other than that, the actual debate is going to be on Thursday. And other than that, hope everybody's enjoying the usual stuff, the spinner battles and polling coverage. So that's probably going to be it. Who knows when the next stream is going to be, but we've got the Republican National Convention coming up in a few weeks. And there's no real primaries, though, until the end of July. So enjoy your summer. Blake Moore, he did have a challenger, but it was nothing. Paul Miller easily lost to Moore with over 70% for Moore. The AZ primaries, I just sometimes I just cannot do it. We've got other things get in the way, other things come up, but you know, there should be another one at some point. But there's going to be some I'm not going to be able to do. So I'm not going to give a false promise. I don't want to say I'm going to get on there and then I can't get on there. Uh, but I'll try. I'm going to try to do it if I can. Democrats and Rhino Republicans in Utah effectively ruined the Utah Republican Party. I know a lot of people feel like that. It's such a red state. Republicans, the Trump base, looking for some upgrades here. And I suppose John Curtis might be an upgrade over Mitt Romney, but they might have been thinking they should do better than that, given how red this state is. I'm sure progressives look at that, look at blue states, and they want to get a real hardcore, more left-leaning progressive type of candidate in there. But a lot of times the establishment, potentially more moderate candidates, they have that statewide appeal and they get the job done. It's not necessarily fair tactics every time, but it's usually what happens. But anyway, on that note, again, I appreciate everybody stopping by. If you sat here for all of it, it's been a good stream. I covered the results. It's been good stuff. Not really anything too shocking here tonight, but some good action here from a variety of states. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you on the next video. Also, hope everybody has a great night. And thanks for tuning in. That's going to wind this down. From the UK, right at the end. Didn't even know that. Good stuff. All the way across the pond. Good stuff. But that's going to be it. Thanks, everybody, and have a great night.